What's good, everybody? Guess who it is? It's been a minute and a half, but your folks is back. P Flair on the mic, Pixie Munch with me. How you living? How are you doing? This is gonna be wild.
I'm excited. It's just nothing quite as good as watching just great people just slugging it out and being like, I wonder who's gonna win this. So I'm excited. How about you?
Oh,
Ready?
very excited. We got TMCT, we got Tripod Fish. This is this is it. This is for all the marbles.
Mhm.
They are ready to go. I mean, it's been a heck of a time trying to get here, and frankly, it ain't gonna be over for whoever even falls here. We got. It's not only just like TMZT, it's not only Fish, but we got Fury waiting in the wings for whoever drops here. So like, it's gonna be a wild and crazy time here.
Mhm.
So
Yep. Well, like I say, TMC2 is the tire. Fierce Fury's the tire iron ready to come out and clobber whoever wins the bracket there.
yeah, absolutely. So let's just get everything level for anybody who may have stepped in at the same time I did, which frankly was a little bit of the last minute. So we are headed out to the city. What we've got popping is got so we have Spark of Resistance and A. Frankly, what we've got going on is everything's just popping in popcorn, rapid fire, which everybody took.
Yeah,
And
everyone likes the popcorn.
yeah, so everybody, y'all know these teams: Donkers, Fozy, Venom, Yami, Vonnie, Sloth, Cookies. We are getting it started. We are getting it rolling right now. So off the rip, what I am looking for is TMCT have been very offensive, very smotheringly of an offense, and I'm looking for them to continue that today. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't seen anything yet, personally, but I feel like that's definitely something that could definitely happen. But that said, they did just lose their first barrier, so see how it goes for them. But then Cookie's manages to get the goal. Yeah.
Yeah, no, very quick shot by Cookies. That was very quick early point. So we're gonna see if they can like keep that up as expected. Very nice passings already coming out from TMCT. Just very good core control, even with these like pillars that are trying to intercept them already.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going pretty well. I mean, they already took barrier in the first, was it 10 seconds? Well, might be a bit harder now they're down a goalie, but you know, Cookie's call flip, so if you want to even get it to him, yeah, it might be a bit of a problem. Uh, is it? Oh, Foes manages to save it. It's looking pretty intense at the moment. Okay, well,
Yeah,
Fish
very
gets the
nice.
first.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a back and forth because so far each game, like one barrier has been taken, and then the team that, the other team that had their barrier taken second gets gold. It's very interesting kind of event.
yeah, like it's only even been 2 points, but already from what I'm seeing, Tripod Fish is definitely going like the more combat aggressiveness, while like I said, like TMCT is seemingly focusing on that core control, on that passing play, and they are trying to get that core around get that core around these folks. But it's still very early days. They can still like pivot game plans, obviously, if they need to. Again, just 2 points. I'm just talking what I'm seeing very early on. But it does
Mhm.
seem to be it does seem to be working out for Team C like for the most part. Again, I may be reaching a little bit, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fish is having it work out for them when they are getting the KOs. Case in point, but I'm not sure. Depend on I think the first Awakening draft to see if the KO versus core control really pays off. But core, core flip it to goal, very nice. Uh, so far, thinking TMCT is showing a lot of great like corner defenses. There's been a lot of intense stuff. It's back and forth, pillar blocking, but at the same time managing to save it. So
Yeah, like tripod fish, what they're doing, very good on the 50, very good on the 50-50s on the 1v1 challenge. But like you said, they kind of need to engage in that 1v1 in the first place. And they have to try and get something open for that. And they have been. Beautiful banish right there. Gets them some offense. Donker's going on the assault, tries to make something happen, doesn't quite get it. Venom Yami flips for it.
double
Cookies,
kill.
yeah, I think that was Cookies killing Venom Yami,
Yep.
and Donkers in exchange
Good
took out
Giovanni.
Giovanni. That
Yeah.
was crazy. But they both kind of managed to recover. Beautiful pass into Pillar. Venom Yami gets it, and Sloth just isn't able to react in time. And that's Tripod Fish taking the
Yeah.
first set.
See if they get any good KO awakenings from.
Yeah, I'm looking at that possible like aerials, glass cannon, ad rush, but you know, like there's definitely some options here.
I hope
Among
someone takes them on.
Titans,
I doubt it. Oh well.
he took it.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
I think took it.
Mini Rune doing it. Aerials, pretty good on drag. See, Spark, yeah, nice. Spark on Cookies to kind of alleviate that stagger pressure we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. Cookies has been kind of like been getting pushed around a little bit. I don't think they've been KO'd yet more than once, but you know, it's definitely something to prevent it from happening at all.
Yeah, I mean, getting
Yeah.
that forward pressure. That was a nice save by Slow. I'm interested in seeing how the Among Titans pick plays out for Venom Yami because like tiny little baby Rune.
Yeah, well, I could see it working out because like Venom Yami's whole thing is not the fact that they don't really need because they don't really need that size because they're not hitting. It's the pillars that are hitting.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm thinking.
as long as their creations are still at the same time, I think same size, I think for the most part they're good. But it doesn't
That was
seem to
nice.
have like helped as much as they wanted right there. Cookies and Giovanni, they've always
lot of
been a
offensive
scary,
pressure.
yeah, always been a very scary combination. Very good, very much very wow passing plays and provincial combination.
No,
Giovanni has to flip for their life. Donkers nearly
might not even be
drops.
enough. Oh, that healing. Yeah, I mean, from what I remember seeing, Cookies was very good at like playing the stagger game to live. So I wonder how that'll play out. Oh, not quite a goal, but there goes Sloth.
They'll take it. That was beautiful. Just flip, cock the shotgun, confirm the kill. Venom Yami and Fozy. Fozy playing up. Vomi feeds it to Venom Yami. Venom Yami looks at Donker and says, like, you got this? I got this. Boom. One time.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Sloth just executed in goal. Cookies has core flip, gets banished though. Half health already, but Sloth loses a barrier. Oh, Cookies managed to pull it back, but the Rune Pillar pushes it away. Core flip gets barrier off of Fozy. Rune Pillar kind of blocking the core in there. Venom Yami has core flip, so does Fozy. Fozy has to use it to get it to Donkers. This is to Giovanni. Oh, that was a beautiful pillar from Venom.
Delicious. Amazing. And yeah, it's kind of like what I've been. Yeah, this is definitely kind of like what I've been going on. If Tripod Fish can kind of get TMCT into these 1v1s or, you know, like these man-to-man defenses, then yeah, they've kind of been able to go past them. They have a lot of good like interceptability, amazing vanish, and manages to keep that offense forward. If TMCT can get like their whole team online, then yeah, they can try and take barriers and take goals. It's just a little bit hard. It's just a little bit harder for them to like execute because that's three people that need to, you know, kind of like be on the ball instead of one. But it does manage to work. Cookies with kind of like that almost half court shot,
Yeah.
and Fozy just not able to.
Yeah, kind of
Fozy
just
just kind of
slip past.
yeah, didn't quite get anything for it. I think their cooldowns were done.
Yeah, maybe strike shot, but I'm just saying like thinking about last time, like double banish and then Sloth having to survive in the corner, just like now, is putting on so much pressure against TMCT. Like it's gonna be really hard for them to defend those angles when they, like half the team is disabled and then the other has to play to survive. But that's
Yeah, that was so close.
That was horrifying. Oh, Donk is almost getting picked off by Giga. Very low. Has core flip. Shotgun Blast almost gets it, I think. Cookies. Oh, picks Donkers off with core flip. Oh my god.
Giovanni with a follow-up snipe to Posey just confirms the kill, confirms the goal. TMCT kind of taking that one back, like 3-2, but felt almost like with a vengeance. And there are a number of things they have available for them with this. You got built different, extra special, explosive entrance, hot shot, Deadeye, a lot of good stuff for them.
Hot shot's gonna be sick. I'll be honest with you, if I was there, I'd probably grade the peak performance, but I think built different is probably the best there for Kazan.
Yeah, for Kazan, built different, definitely.
Explosive. Explosive for Sloth. That's gonna be kind of scary, Donkers. He has aerials and missile prop.
Oh yeah, no, Donkers, I've seen this build on Donkers before. That is a lot of firepower, really. A lot of very fast, a lot of very scary firepower. Donkers has got the shoddy locked and loaded, for real.
Yeah, I mean, like proving it.
It's definitely gonna be like, that's only if TMCT don't manage to make anything happen with that. Barely manages to save it. Has to put like a
I did not think they saved that.
No, Donkers kind of like watched it. He was like, "That's gotta go in, right?
Sure,
gotta go in, right? Nope, does not go in."
Patience for
but make sure 2-on-1 offense, and now Giovanni, not much they can do there. They kind of like pass it forward. Cookies tried to come up, tried to make some kind of miracle happen, but not this time. So got Tripod Fish leading, and right now it's just very much been avoid Donkers, because Donkers just, like I said, got the shoddy ready, locked and loaded.
And just the backup from Venom, just like so scary, like a pillar into shotgun reflection. So, please get Barry.
Yeah, but that was Venom Yami getting taken out, and this is like a good opportunity for TMCT. They need to make something happen on this offensive front. Flip to go in, piercing shot to try and force it past. They do not. And Sloth gets too greedy, moves up, and leaves the goal open. They don't knock it past, and Sloth can't get back in time.
Yeah, you always hate to see that happen. I don't know about you, but this game, the goalies do not feel safe. You know what I mean? Like, Sloth has been KO'd twice. Fozzy's been KO'd once. It's like, oh my. But
yeah, no, like the goalies here are just as much in danger as anybody else. Like, they spare no one in these streets.
R10 ain't safe. Right, well, Banish got Giovanni, I think. Fish managed to get a barrier off TMCT, but you know, TMCT get it right back. Cookies his core flip. Giovanni was almost his core flip.
Yeah, just a bit of a big scrum going on right there in the backfield. They do manage to defend it, however, do Tripod Fish, and are attempting to transition to offense. Not quite managing it, though. Giovanni clears it out. Again, tries to flip, piercing shot combo, no sail on it. Banish goes out, trying to set up something, does Tripod Fish, and they do. Molten Bolt goes out. Venom Yami tries to make a pillar happen. Does manage to clear it out, does TMCT. Cookies and Giovanni trying to transition to off, and does not work out for them. Donkers moving up. Donkers in the threatening position. Venom Yami trying to back him with pillars. Soup's on. Does not manage to keep the... No, it does manage to keep the offense, but only for a moment. Giovanni manages to get the core, flips it to... Well, not quite flips it, but pushes it to Cookies. Cookies manages to push it into the corner. Fozzy cannot do a thing about it. They are on the board. Is TMCT.
I think it was like a twist of fate moment that Germany blocked the pillar spawning, but if they hadn't, I feel like it would have been a tripod fish goal there. But so
Quite
far, it's
possible.
like, yeah, I mean, this is good. A lot of great forward positioning from Cookies at that point. Germany looking, a bit low. Fuzzy has core flip, doesn't have to use it. Donkers almost has core flip. It's a lot of pressure. The Tipsy managed to get barrier. Donkers has core flip now. Almost getting to TFCT barrier. Donkers a little bit low. There's a lot of core flips ready. Double vanish comes out. No attempt at a KO, but gets barrier. Giovanni dies to core flip, and Donkers gets the goal.
That was crazy. Just they had all the resources on deck and basically unloaded everything. But hey, sometimes you got to do that if you're trying to secure a goal, you're trying to secure the set. Yeah, spend that cash. Don't be cheap.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of good work saving it, the resources and the defense for that push forward though.
Yeah, and they get rewarded for it. Rune gets prime time. That's
His hot
gonna be
shot and
scary.
rapid. What's
Oh
gonna
yes.
be gross. I wonder. Is it Cast on Kai? No, Catalyst.
Catalyst on Kai.
I thought
Everything
for sure
else,
someone else would take it.
yeah,
Yeah.
everything else seems pretty standard. You got Giovanni, you got Estelle with that perfect form, so that's going to be a lot more. That's going to be a lot more primaries. That's going to be a lot more everything really. But I'm mostly looking at that primary for
Yeah.
big fish for the hamster. 1-2 punch for Donkers. Donkers is a horrifying entity at this
Yeah.
moment, and all should fear them.
Getting that violent KOs. The 1-2 coming in dangerous. Especially with that damage amp on Invis. Pillar. Naughty Pillar. Push for the corner. Tipsy managed to get a barrier off of Tripod Fish. He's pushing forward. Oh, forcing out a somersault from Fozy. These banishes have been pretty on point.
Banishes have been incredible. The pillars have been incredible. Venom Yami has been playing amazingly this whole match. Incredible pillar placement, incredible personal placement too. They've been either feeding it to Donkers or they've just been in place to set themselves up for just like a self pass into pillar into goal. It's been amazing.
I think you're right. The Among Titans pick really this. Well, bear it out, but it's been really working out. It's like such good banish and pillar placement. Yeah.
Yeah, what's been happening there is that sacrifice for the team, especially with Fozy already, like adding onto that with just all this size already, definitely I think helping out in the longer run. And right there, beautiful cross country flip just to try and get something happening, and they do get a barrier for their troubles. But Tripod Fish transition right back to offense. Giovanni very, very low, very scary. Venom Yami in the right position. I believe that was they teleported themselves. Donkers manages to feed it to them, and they were just in a good position. Sloth was just out of position, could not do anything about it. And right now they are on match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty scary for Team City. Granted, Cookies has core flip, so does Venom. But Barrier doesn't manage to hit anyone. Venom core flips, doesn't manage to get barrier off it, but the pillar takes the barrier off of Sloth. Fighting in the corner. Giovanni looking pretty perilous. But Donkers manages to send it down out of the corner, but wow. And that's the first of the three.
First game going to Tripod Fish in, I wouldn't say super dominating fashion, but it was it was an intimidating showcase just already.
Yeah.
Tripod Fish saying we are not trying to meet Fierce Fury. Y'all got it.
Yeah,
you got it, bro.
I think both teams played great, but there's 6 KOs on Donkers for equivalent damage on both teams.
Yeah, I think that was the big difference maker. Donkers just racked the shotgun and just kept people out of the play when necessary. It was that kind of aggression, and it was that kind of power that allowed them to keep the offensive maneuvers up and keep pressure on TMCT. And TMCT weren't quite ready. I would say, yeah, they weren't quite ready for it in some situations. They just weren't like outputting quite as they had hoped.
Yeah. But it is just like a scare. That like level of cooperation between Rune and Drekka is like you try and stop the Drek strike, it hits a pillar, and then it comes back and you get shotgun blasted. It's quite. That must be very nerve-wracking when you're fighting in the corner.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Mm.
So, like I said, like that one goes to Tripod Fish, and I know TMCT has got to be thinking about, okay, what do we do to stop this? What do we do to stop this onslaught for next round? And for the record, that next round is going to be Atlas Lab. So a little bit more like almost even more standard to us than like Atten City in a lot of situations. I feel like we don't see Atten City nearly as much as we do Lab.
Yeah, I mean, Headlab's kind of just like it's a decent, solid map, you know. Not too scary, not too inky. Although, I feel like R10 would be a whole different map pick if the Orb Awakenings were in rotation.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. If they
Imagine.
were here, we'd be singing in a different tune.
Yeah, you know, like, oh, that's weird. I thought Toph Fortress got used 5 seconds ago. Why am I seeing it again? But no, they aren't here. Kind of interested. I don't think we don't have the Awakenings yet, but
We do.
do you think? Do we?
Yep. We are looking at stacks and built different.
Ooh.
Which I'll be honest, I am looking more for TMCT to. I am looking for both teams actually to kind of like split the difference. I see TMCT going for stacks. I see Tripod Fish going for built different.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Like given how last match went. One interested in like what characters we'll see.
I see either Rune or Drakkar getting banned, like very fast.
Yeah, I could
That's
see
for
that coming after that last match.
leaning more towards Rune. Leaning more towards Rune ban.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's what I'm
crowd
going to
control and pillars, pretty annoying.
Yeah.
But
On the other side, I'm going to say Tripod Fish is going to ban out
Kazan maybe was built.
I was going to say Estelle.
Yeah, I was thinking like be 50-50 on that, but I think the built diff might be like the deciding factor. But we could both be wrong.
We are both wrong.
Oh.
Just got in. Juno and X are banned respectively. TMCT said no. TMCT said no Juno. Tripod Fish said no X, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think Juno's meant to be quite the menace on the lab. Not that surprising of a Estelle pick.
Nah, we will. They might, and like because of who got banned, we might just see a run back. Honestly, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if both teams said, "Forget that, run it back." Same teams.
I could see the goalies maybe changing, but
Maybe.
I feel
But
like
I feel like they both work for Atlas Lab too.
yeah.
And yeah, Rune's coming. Yeah, Estelle coming back. Rune coming back.
We're gonna see another Drakar.
We just might.
Little drum roll.
No, we getting something different. Rasmus is coming out to play.
Everyone's favorite unethical businessman.
We going fishing in the old black hole swimming hole.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see people like bouncing all over.
Well, yes.
You reckon it'll be Kazan as well?
Yeah, and yeah, okay, yeah, we got some particular different teams here because we got Atlas, we got the owner coming out trying to tell people get off his lawn.
You know, it has to be more accurate.
Yeah, so we got Atlas coming out and we got the boy,
The little goblin creature.
Yeah, The the tiny goblin thing.
So, we're waiting on a tripod fish goalie, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Hempter.
Yep. I was literally about to say the exact same thing in the exact same manner.
You know, great
Like,
minds
it
think
hampered.
alike.
Like, it hampered again.
Hempter. Reminds me of the image of the rat being grabbed.
Hmm.
No, they got Dubu. What do you reckon we'll see for like the awakening picks? I feel
Well,
like,
like I said, I see TMCT.
yeah.
I could easily, like, with even with this comp, I could see TMCT all going stacks. I could see, and like I see the entirety of Tripod Fish going built different.
Yeah, I can see that. I feel like maybe Rune might go stacks.
Rune
I'm
could
not
go
too sure.
stacks, yeah.
Just for that positioning. Definitely feel like Atlas would go stacks.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Atlas,
Yeah.
there is nobody on TMCT's
Who
team
wants it more?
who does not want
Yeah.
speed, who does not find use
Yeah.
out of speed.
They
So
crave
absolutely,
the speed.
everybody on that team I can see going stacks. Like for tripod fish, like you said, Rune's the only one I could theoretically see going stacks. But I think both Rasmus and Dubu want that built different.
Yeah, you know. You got the big meaty boys, the big strike box.
Yeah, but even Rune is not necessarily like negatively served with built different.
I
So
mean, no
we're
one
gonna have to see.
suffers from it, but
Yeah.
it's what they
So
value more, really.
yeah. So we've got the team. We've got the teams locked in. Let's take a look. See. Okay, so I was wrong. I was wrong. Well, I was half right, half wrong. Because yeah, everybody on TMCT did in fact go stacks, but so did Venom, Yami, and
Posey.
Fozy.
Yeah, so it's just Donkers that's built different out here, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see how it
So.
plays out for.
Mhm.
So far losing one barrier, but you know, can they get it? Getting it. Oh, that was really close. I thought that lock would go for sure. Piercing shot gets the second barrier off of Fish, but Donkers manages to get one off of Sloth. These pillars again. Just putting him in the corner, being a menace. Cookie's very low, very low. Atlas Ult is ready in case they're low on health. The Rune Pillar almost do something there. Healing coming out. But it's not too intense at the moment. The black hole is coming back. Goalie? Goalie where? Well, it's a lot more intense
jinxed it.
now.
You jinxed it. Cookie's coming out with just like
Testicles.
the slices and dices, kills Fozy, kills Venom Yami, and just kind of casually kicks it to Giovanni. And Giovanni are like, oh, cool, free go. Boop. And there we go in.
Donker's morale shattered after hamster death.
Yeah. So already, yeah, things are looking very dangerous. Cookie's very, very low. Donker's not looking entirely healthy themselves, but it is Tripod Fish on the offensive. Nice pillar secures the barrier. Fozy with the strike shot, trying keeping things up, but TMCT moving to aggression. They do not get a barrier, however, and it is Cookies with the Oni's blade. Slices, dices, slaughters, I believe that was Donkers going out and making sure that they have a power play in mind. TMCT trying to push, make something happen. Do not. Donkers coming back and making this team whole again. Black Hole keeps it on TMCT's side. They are trying to push forward. They do get the barrier due to Tripod Fish. And now it is their goal to score. Team C2 do get a barrier in response, but a pillar makes sure that it's not for long. Donkers with the very nice push. Venom Yami right there for support.
That
They
was very
flip,
sweet.
they get it, they get it in, yeah.
I thought sure, like Sloth would flip, he'd go to the other side of the field. No, Donkers caught it and sent it back down.
Yeah, very nice interception by Donkers. Very scary situation. and gets flipped, pushes it forward, does Cookies. They really do not want to. They do not want to be at a point deficit. Flip. I think that was a pop. I think that was
That
a flip
was,
into a black hole pop.
yeah, I think this black hole is a menace so far. Like the Donkers KO from earlier was just from getting caught on the edge of the black hole. It's not
Yeah.
playing nice.
Yeah, and that was a very aggressive goal for Team TT, using pretty much all the resources they had to offer just to get ahead at this point. And I can kind of like understand it. They want the early lead. So they're just gonna say like, forget it, go for it. And it does seem to be working out for them. They do get both barriers. Gold's open. Piercing shot from Giovanni, tries to sneak it past, does not work. I believe Fozy manages to defend that. But they do barely manage to squeak it in. Cookies, Tofu Fortress comes out, but maybe a half second late.
Yeah,
Cookies just in the right position, right time, slips it past, and TMCT take the set.
that was nasty. I wonder if that was like black hole for damage, or if that was actually the plan to ricochet it back to Skull.
That almost
That's
looked like the plan, really. It's
Yeah,
just
I
very
wouldn't be
good
surprised.
positioning. So, and they get rewarded with heavy impact. That's gonna definitely help with how Cookies has been pushing
Doing those
things.
mighty fierce specials out of Zentaro.
Yeah. Big fish coming out for Rasmus. That's also very expected. Prime time, early prime time for that rune. That's going to be scary. Missile prop for Atlas and Stagger Swagger for Giovanni. Not unexpected. Also, I got kicked out.
Uh, what?
Can I rejoin?
I think you have to wait for the match to be over. No, no.
Germany.
Oh,
Okie
don't worry.
dokie smoky.
There you go. Shrimple solution. You just watch the stream. The discus. Oh,
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be back in
down
here,
at
and yeah, power play comes out for TNCT looking like. So definitely gonna have to watch how they act here. Doesn't seem to do a whole lot for them.
yeah. I mean, they're doing like great on the offensive front, really. A lot of KOs, especially coming out of Cookies. Oh, look a bit low. The black hole is really like. I've not seen it used this much, I don't think, in a match before. Well, Fish get the second barrier off of TMCT. Cookies has core flip, so does Fozy. Giovanni also has core flip now. Can they push the advantage? The Rune Pillar saves it. Cookies still has core flip. Atlas Special comes out. Everyone's still kind of low health. Sloth has to use primary to save it from Donkers. Expense comes out. Sloth still has core flip. Cookies has it too. Donkers will have it. But the Venom Yummy Pillar manages to send it just fast enough that Sloth's primary can't save it.
That was a wild pillar. Just split the difference between both of them. Sloth tried to save it, just not fast enough.
Yeah. It's happening sometimes. You know, that just the delay on Atlas abilities sometimes. You see it coming, but it's not. The ability itself isn't fast enough. That said, Fish do take a barrier off tripod. Core flip comes out from Cookies, which gets a barrier off a tripod. I'm going very low. That was scary. Expanse manages to save from the Rune Pillar push. Very low. Has core flip, has to use it to survive, unfortunately. Getting hunted down by Cookies. Giovanni and Donkers fighting. Pillar comes out to try and help. Fozy doesn't manage to save it. Cookies gets another KO, picking up a KO on Venom Yami. Can TMCT make use of this? Oh no, Donkers looking very low, getting hunted almost. Might have to use core flip to live, uses it to try and save, but it's not enough. Cookies gets the goal with Giovanni help.
Yeah, very nice intercept there. Donkers nearly sacrificed their life to try and like save that point and protect that core, and it just did not work out. They tried to flip it out, I believe, and the Cookies and Giovanni were just like there. There was like no sale.
Nah. Huh. This ain't going no. Oh,
Piercing shot just completely annihilates.
oh,
Well, never mind.
my.
They also get one in exchange due to TMCT.
That's quite big,
Donkers coming
actually.
back. Yeah, Donkers coming back, trying to even things out for Tripod Fish. Cookies back. We've got full team is back online again. So
Well,
right now it's been like cookies that's been like very scary for TMCT. And on the opposite side, Donkers again just throwing things out and just getting a lot of scary offense in.
I just see the problem though is that like Cookie's dying is reset stacks on stacks. So now I feel like I have a lot smaller field presence. So I see how badly that affects. But Fuzzy Core Flip forces out expands from Sloth. Venom looking a bit low, you know, worse for wear. Getting hunted by Cookies, I think. Meanwhile, Sloth passing it to Giovanni. Cookies manages to get a midfield. Giovanni, Venom, I mean, has Core Flip. Dies with Core Flip from Cookies. Cookies has Core Flip now. Sends it up to Giovanni. Gets intercepted by Donkers. It's so bloody. Why is Atlas so bloody? Core Flip manages to get it.
Yeah, that was a very fast and furious point right there. But yeah, Giovanni, Cookies, always a threatening front, and they do manage to get that point, and TMCT are leading 2-1 with one set ahead.
Yeah. They might be able to get a kill on Cookies to try and pull it back for the set, but they don't. Trapped by the Tofu Fortress, but just not able to get KO'd. He's putting a lot of pressure on Donkey's core flip. Giovanni piercing shots to both Posey and the core into gold.
And that takes the set. Excuse me. That takes the set. Very nice. Yeah, very nice play by Giovanni. Definitely deserves the MVP. And they are getting rewarded by pretty much anything they want. We've got Sparks, Super Surge, Perfect Form, Happy Star. They can kind of take their pick. And Giovanni, he takes the Happy Star.
You can never be upset with extra special.
Nope.
I feel like we won't see a Parks pick. I wonder if we'll see a Among Titans pick up again on Venom. We will.
Yep. Venom Yami seems to be kind of enamored with that among Titans. Like I said, it does seem to work out. Like it does seem to work out for him. Just saying, like, I don't mind being smaller. I don't mind taking the risk because I know my two teammates really want size. And I think that I just realized that both his teammates love that size. So he's like, I will help my team out.
Yeah, and I think the downside isn't as bad here since already with stacks on stacks and that 15%, that's a lot of movement speed with a smaller hitbox. Rip. But like, it's gonna make it, I think, a fair bit harder to KO Venom at least. You just dodge out the way and it's harder to hit.
Yeah, that's always kind of like the you gotta think of you gotta think of all the pros and cons, and I think Among Titans really does help in that manner. It's a very interesting, sometimes situational awakening, but it can pay dividends out as we've already seen.
Definitely. But equal on barriers at the moment. I just love Among Titans. I hope at some point we see Awakening start where Among is in the options. It's always fun to see. Venom kind of getting bullied by Cookies over here. They're looking to deny that core flip coming out. Banish has to come out to save life, but Cookies almost dies from it actually, getting pachinkoed between the rune pillars. So drops ult to save Cookies. There's a lot of pressure coming out. Black Hole manages to KO.
That was Venom Yami.
Yep.
That got taken out. Flip to try and clear it by Donkers. Donkers I think, was trying to go for like a snipe on Giovanni. Does not work out. Cookie's looking very low, but Giovanni making sure that all is well. Very nice piercing gets it through, and this is the beginning of the end if TMCT can keep this up. They are up 2-0. So this is their game to lose.
I mean, what are the odds we jinx so we see a full clawback?
I mean, that's the crazy thing. Like, it's happened before. We've seen it happen before,
Hmm.
and I wouldn't even go. I would go so far as to say like it's not horribly uncommon, but that doesn't mean that right now it's still TMCT that are overall in the driver's seat. They get the barrier. Oni's blade comes out, try and clear things, tries to wait them out on the
Yeah.
flip this cookies, but nobody bites. They manage to defend it for now. Giovanni trying to come in to cause some sort of offense, but no, Tripod Fish manages to manages to keep the aggression going.
Hmm.
Pillar comes out. That both barriers are down for
Open.
TMCT. Both goals are open. Donker's trying to make a play. No dice. Core goes around the world. Cookies waiting for their time manages to hit it past Venom Yami and Fozy. All their cooldowns basically gone. Fozy tries to roll for it and just not there in time. A lot of patience.
Yeah, that was beautiful patience, just simmering, waiting for it, passing it to Giovanni. Just like, let's see how many abilities we draw out before we go for the actual goal. Donkers does get first barrier off the TMCT. Slow sends it forward. Cookie's pushing the advantage. They manage to get it past. First barrier taken off of Fozy. Black hole about to come back up. No one gets hit by it this time though. There's a lot of energy available on the field at the moment. You know, Giovanni and Donkers both have core flip. Sloth pushing up. Cookie's a bit low. Yami almost has core flip. Cookie's pushing forward. Donkers has it. Going forward. Might core flip. Expanse comes out to save the push. Giovanni core flips, piercing shots. Fozy dies to it, but they don't get the barrier. Sloth gets a barrier taken off him. I don't know what happened there, but
What basically happened was that Cookies did manage to save it barely, but I'm sorry, my whatchamacallit came back right at the end there, so I was slightly split attention. But definitely Cookies managed to save it, push forward, and essentially ensure the goal at the end, despite the attempted counter push by Tripod Fish.
yeah, I
So
mean,
that is 1-all.
that was great. I was just a bit perplexed by the black hole at the end. It seemed to be like a little bit of a limp hole. It's like, huh, that's weird. Didn't bounce as far as I'd expect. That was a great match, though.
Oh yeah, 100%.
TMC2 was like, they KO'd us too much last match. We'll repay them back double.
Yeah, very much. So now we are 1-all in terms of games, which means we are going to Taiko Temple. We are going to the bounce house.
Everyone loves the TKO temple. Man, hope we see a Mako on temple. Feel like we won't, but you can always hope.
Yeah, I could see it happening. Taiko Temple definitely a stage where you kind of have to rethink your usual game plans, at least in my opinion. Like it's it's very much one of those stages that enhances certain characters and almost completely well, maybe not completely nerfs, but it does strongly
Hinders
nerf
some of
others.
those. Yeah, I mean, I think it lends itself pretty well to KO
Yeah.
playstyle, so.
Yeah, KO comps do tend to thrive here. So definitely gonna see that. And with what we got on deck, that is going to be a big thing. You were mentioning hoping to see like Among Titans.
Yeah.
And that's what we got for the opening awakenings. We've
But
got Hotshot.
Hotshot
Yeah.
is so good, both.
Yeah. Hotshot and Among Titans already. So definitely could see once again, like if they don't ban it, that rune come out and say, I am Baby Rune, but you are all very, very large, whoever else y'all want.
What if we see a Juno though?
That's
What if
presuming they don't ban it.
Juno? Yeah.
They might not ban Juno, because so far they've banned Juno like this whole time and nothing's come of it. But also, here's the problem with that: it's Juno.
Yeah.
You just it's almost too big a risk, especially on Taiko Temple.
Try to show his hot shot as
Yeah,
well.
especially with Hot Shot. So it's like that'd be a heck of a dice to roll.
Do we gamble that the other team will ban Rasmus on IMEM? I feel like this is
Yeah, it's
either
seriously.
we're gonna see everyone take Among, or we're gonna see no one take Among. I get that feeling. I don't know about you, but it's a premonition,
I
I feel.
I did not. I figure like the teams are definitely going to be talking it over and saying, okay, you whoever like you pick Among and we'll take advantage of it. Kind of like what's been going on already in
Yeah,
the thing. Like I could see them going Venom Yami just take Among early and we'll just pick characters to complement that.
the whole sacrificial Among go.
Also, I find it very interesting. This is just like random talk that the icon for Among Us. I mean, Among Us. I knew I was gonna make that mistake. Among
Amogus.
Titans. Among Titans is like three different characters on three different teams.
Yeah, you know.
I do like how they're kind of like playing into the yeah. You can just make mix and match teams and
Yeah.
representing that in the icons. And yeah, the bans are up and they are completely unsurprising.
Why would they ban Juno?
Yep.
But that means the Ruin ban isn't out yet. So,
Yep.
Ruin is quite scary on TKO Temple, so
So yeah, they just do not want to risk it. So unsurprising. Yep, we are getting Estelle once again. We are getting the Atlas once again. Drakar's coming back out. Drakar, like Donkers looked at it and was like, "All right, let me get my boy off the bench. He can rest it up enough."
yeah, he's primed, his shells are back, he's ready for
Yeah,
some terrible thing.
yeah. He had to go. He had to go on an ammo run real quick. He back now.
You know, Depot's been looted. But no way. Estelle.
Yep, that Estelle on Tycho.
Oh, actually,
I'll be honest, Estelle on Tycho is such a godsend.
Mhm.
Just my
But here we
personal
have
opinion.
Era on Tycho.
Era on Tycho?
I don't know if it's good at all, but you know, you just want to see Maelstrom block off half the bat. Well,
Probably not
there's the
happening.
Ruin again.
Yeah,
No.
the rune's coming back, and Asher is backing the team
Mm,
now. So
big
that's a bit.
orange.
Yep. So that's a bit of a difference, but in a map like Tycho, completely understandable. I definitely want some. Definitely want big buff lady to kind of like lock off one of these lanes and try and like either stop a push dead in its tracks or continue an offensive push. And of course, like if you got the bounce house, if you got the drums, you want, well, okay, maybe not the drummer, but the backup drummer. Centauro's
Yeah,
the backup drummer. Very, very good at it because you know he's gonna be knocking into those drums all day, every day.
I mean, I feel like Centaro's the backup drum. But it's really a how the turntables kind of situation.
Yeah.
Is like Centauro, he was on TMCT, and now Fish are like, I think
We like that.
Yeah.
Fish
Ooh,
are like,
that
oh,
hurt.
like, yo, oh, y'all kind of nice. He kind of nice with it. Let me cop that. Let me cop that real quick. So now they about to take it for a spin.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be even scarier. I mean, I could be wrong, but Trek Centauro strikes me as a bit scarier than the Stell Centauro, but we'll see how it plays out.
For sure.
But what if it was Asher forward and Ruin
I
goalie?
Okay, so you joke, but I could see a case being made for that. I
Yeah,
have to
I
repeat
mean,
myself twice.
big orange. But will it be the case?
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
not doubtful. You know, it'd be interesting.
I'm kind of doubtful too. I'm just saying, like, I agree with you on that. Like, I could see a case being made for Asher Forward, actually, and Rune Goalie. Also,
Yeah,
I believe
especially
I'm having
fake
yeah,
pop.
I believe I'm having some like loading issues.
Yeah, no, I fake popped as well.
Okay.
Hopefully the match hasn't started. We're outside of it.
Yeah, we outside. We not seeing.
I think it hasn't started yet. It says in queue, so we haven't been left out in the cold.
Okay, trying again.
There you go.
Yay!
Second time's the charm.
Yep.
Keep getting the Giovanni Luna jump scare.
Jump scare? Excuse
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, the old jump scare. Old
Luna?
Oppenheimer Jr., yeah. You'd be jump scared too if you saw that.
Man, you tripping.
Nah, nah.
You know I'm always about that Luna. But all right, we about to get it ready in. Wow. All
Battle
hot
of the
shot.
Awakenings.
Yeah, all hot shot on TMCT. All among Titans. You kind of got your wish. All among Titans on tripod fish. Whew.
Yeah, tripod there.
So yeah, they are all going to be. They're going for speed. They're going the distance.
Yeah.
They're going for speed. I have not heard that song in ages.
Yeah, always a good time to bring it back. But so far, Fish they're down one barrier. They're not managing to get another one off TMCT, so it's working out for them.
Yeah, one barrier already down, and right now,
Oh,
Tripod Fish trying to push forward. They have Giovanni and Cookies both looking very, very low. Venom Yami trying to hunt for Giovanni. Not quite, but they do get. They do get Cookies. So definitely going to take that one, and they are pushing this offensive advantage. One barrier down. They are trying to push for the second one. Venom Yami trying to push for it. Sloth doing their best, keeping them out of it, and Donkers just
started blasting.
Yeah.
Giovanni just got eradicated. Sloth almost was core flip, but this is still a scary situation. Giovanni's back, but like core flip on Donkers, core flip on Fozy. It's looking scary.
Yeah, that's a lot of offensive like threat that can come out almost immediately. Cookies does manage to get the second barrier, so we've got open goals on both sides now. Fozy bad flip does not get it, misses it by inches. Cookies rebounds it off the wall. Fozy tried to save it with flip, tried to push, not in range, just slips it past, and first point to TMCT.
That was a gorgeous way to end the first set, round. Just beautiful, just out of range of core flip.
Like by centimeters. And they are quick to push this offensive momentum. Cookies feeds to Giovanni. Giovanni pushes it in. You know, you've seen this play before. Sniper could cure it. Boom, they're in. They definitely want to like push this offensive pressure now. They kind of lucked out with that first point, and they do not want to give Tripod Fish a chance to recover. Donkers with kind of like a slightly off-target flip. They are trying to make this. They are trying to make this happen. One barrier already down. Flip holds it. Flip baits out the counter flip. Does Tripod Fish. And now they are trying to push. They are trying to push again. They have been making a couple of blunders here and there, Tripod Fish, but they are hardly out of it. Molten Boat goes out. Bounce House happens. Venom Yami somehow survives. Never mind. Excuse me. Commentator's curse. Bounce House takes effect again. Venom Yami's out of here, and we have a power play for TMCT. They get the second barrier. Giovanni, Cookies, the offensive front, scary moment. They do manage to clear it out, though, do Tripod Fish, if only for a moment, trying to counter push. Does not happen. Core goes back and forth for a little bit, but then wild bounce, and
Yeah,
Giovanni
that's
kind of
pretty
like,
cool.
yeah, just kind of like rebounds it once and just kind of watches it goes in. And that is set one for
Oh,
TMCT and Giovanni with MVP. And
sweet.
for it, they are rewarded. I'm looking at
Yeah,
stats. I'm looking at that spark.
Miss Pro.
Yeah, Giovanni takes
Twin
initial
Drive.
prop. Just a lot of good things on the
Yeah.
table. Asher gets the stacks. Twin drive for the Atlas. That could definitely help. Super Surge for Zentaro. Very scary. And at the end of the
Yeah.
day, yeah, Monumentalist for Rune, unsurprising. Spark of Strength for Donkers. Go ahead, start on that Spark build. See maybe you
Love
get
this.
out of it.
Yeah. To be fair, what I was kind of expecting to see was the Monus, man. I was surprised it took so long to pick the Awakenings.
Yeah, they waited for a while there.
Sloth is getting jumped. The entirety of TMCT is getting jumped. Almost no stagger. They lose a barrier. Funny, fighting for life gets shotgun blasted. It's just Cookies and Sloth up against Venom and Donkers at the moment. Might just be, it's just Sloth now. Cookies has to leave to survive. Venom gets second barrier off of Sloth. Giovanni's back. Blast to get it away. Oh, Venom has to core flip to survive, dies in the end, but Sloth still no stagger, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Donkers and Fozy getting a lot of pressure put on them. Both have core flip now though, so there should be a bit of an alleviation of that. Oh, Venom Yummy's back, getting it forward. Donkers trying to get in position. Those guys.
That was a honestly, that was almost like a beautiful cross up because I can
Yeah.
definitely tell what happened. Like Venom Yami went for the Oni's blade, stopped the core in his tracks. Soft started to move up. Thought he was gonna like feed it to the upper corner. Donkers immediately flipped as soon as the Oni's blade ended, popped it right back down. Sloth basically got like long distance crossover.
Yeah. I mean, that was beautiful, like using it to kind of put the core stationary to have the pick of choice for where to send it. Although, both teams are down one barrier now. Drool is coming out. Giovanni has to flip to survive, I think. Venom managed to slip it through Sloth, who's on death's door. My god.
Yeah, and just they do manage to push it through there. They have been making Team CT bleed a lot this
Yeah.
set. And I really do think like that Super Surge kind of just caused a massive sea change for them. Honestly, Super Surge and Spark of Strength both.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, that Drool chipping away at Giovanni and Sloth. Terrible for that corner fight for him.
Yeah, you saw how like Venom Yami tried to flip to kill Giovanni. Giovanni hung on by a thread.
Had to flip to survive it as well. I think Sloth might have, like, also would have had to flip to survive if Venom hadn't just gotten it through him, but...
Yeah, you saw they kind of like just walked the core down. Both of them were like scared. Both of them were scared of each other, and that's kind of like been halfway the showing of this whole match. It's been very scary burst of like offense, and just Stagger just drops like a rock.
Yeah, definitely. Especially siphoning, spark strength. But that barrier defense was a lot of abilities. 2 pillars, Ashes special coming out, a lot of stuff. That said, Fozy has to use secondary. Can Team CT take second barrier? They do not have the pressure for it. Donkers almost as core flip, so does Giovanni. Goes to try and kill Giovanni, drools on him, looking very low. Comes back, expanse has to be used. Fozy a bit low after getting banished. Venom Yummy sends it forward. Donkers core flips, gets second barrier. Asher special comes out. Sub core flips, doesn't manage to take second barrier off of Fish. Cookie's pushing forward, forces Fozy to flip. Giovanni has flipped still. Atlas special comes out to keep him healed. Giovanni getting pushed back. Venom Yummy coming forward. A lot of energy. Core flip ready. Giovanni core flips, gets it to Cookies. Cookies gets second barrier. Venom Yummy pushing forward, has core flip, uses it, sends it too far up for Sloth to intercept.
Yeah, amazing play from both teams on that point.
Yeah.
a lot of like mind games, a lot of holding on to the core, waiting for someone to move, basically waiting for someone to flinch, and
You see
then
this?
striking. Like the cerebral game is coming out already,
You
and it's
see what I
gonna
see?
yeah, it's gonna be a wild one, but almost in a
Mhm.
different way, I think. And yep, Donkers going for that
In that
spark
second
build. They
spot.
immediately took that spark of focus. But we've
Mhm.
also got Asher with perfect
After.
form.
Ooh.
We've got Zen putting on that mask, that ad rush. Everybody kind of honestly got what they wanted here.
Yeah, I mean, that's more abilities and more damaging abilities out of Donkers. But,
Yeah.
oh no. It's a lot of KO, but he's got more stagger. Sloth has more cooldowns. So far, Giovanni getting kind of bullied, but they do get, TMCT do get first barrier off of tripod. And he sends it down to Sloth. Then he tries to intercept, not quite managing. Special comes out of Sloth. Giovanni looking pretty low. He sends it forward as a rune pillar. Giovanni gets orb. Tries to blast it through, but only hits Venom.
Uh.
Gets drilled. Hmm?
Oh boy, I think I got kicked out again
Oh no.
because everybody froze. So
Lobby hates you. I think there should still be the stream. Yeah. I don't know what that's weird. I've never experienced it before.
much a blast. Let's keep it rocking though.
Yep. Well, Cookie's trying to keep it rocking, but doesn't have much health. Going forward, oh, manages to get it through Donkers, but look at that health bar trickle down.
Yeah. Hey, on health is a resource.
Yeah,
As long as you score, like the best health restoration is scoring.
yeah. Back to
Gives you a
full
full
health.
heal.
Last stagger that matters. The only stagger that matters is the last. But, well, both goalie specials coming out. Fozzy and Venom have core flip. Secondary comes out of Fozzy to block the barrier being taken. Getting in the corner, Venom is core flip, uses it, gets it through. Sloth had to use secondary to try and save it, doesn't quite manage. Giovanni, Sloth and Cookie's looking very low. Second barrier gets taken by Venom Yami. He comes forward. Venom Yami intercepts, doesn't manage to get it through Sloth. Fozzy sends it forward as primary. It comes back towards Fozzy. Giovanni secondaries to get the second barrier. But look, getting chipped down a bit, getting hunted down by Venom. Banish comes out, misses Donkers because of evade, but hits Core, comes forward, Core flip ready, sends it. Ooh, no,
That timing was
that's so
immaculate.
sad.
Cookies bounces it off the center, like the cosmic expanse. Fozy saw it coming, prepped the cosmic expanse, and as soon and it was he had it almost flawless, but then it
It just
vanishes.
went away.
It just decided, and I'm done.
I'm out of here.
Right as the core approached,
I
and
still for
Cookies
sure.
flips the score.
I imagine it must be so heartbreaking for Fozzy, but
Fozy has to be at least kind of annoyed by that one.
I mean, especially this, it's like, how could you do this to me? Guy, Cookies.
But yeah, yeah, it's definitely going to that they have to shake that off, and they have like they managed to get one barrier. Fozy with the cosmic again. They do manage to save it this time. They are pushing up very hard. Oni's blade coming out, Flip blade coming out. They wanted that second barrier, and it might be worth it. And it is. Venom Yami with the positioning, like just
To get it to
set.
Donkers.
Yeah, sets it up for Donkers very beautifully, and just that 1-2 punch manages to get it in. They get on the board for this set.
Uh-oh. Venom very close to dying from that pillar. Gets a stealth secondary. So, Donkers gets dodged out of Drexel, but Venom goes low. Doesn't manage to take first barrier off of TMCT. Cookie's getting stabbed. Sloth sends it forward. Gets it to Cookies. Giovanni goes up. Pillar comes out. Piercing beam stuns Fozzy, but it's not enough to take barrier. So Zentaro's special comes out. Ash's special comes out. Venom has core flip, Fozzy has core flip. Cookies and Sloth will have theirs soon enough. Venom uses his, doesn't manage to get it forward. Tycho Drum and Rune Pillar blocking it. Cookies gets second barrier. Expands comes out. Fuzzy still has core flip. Cookies goes back a bit. Sends it to Giovanni, who gets Tycho drummed. Comes forward as Venom. Dashes to get there. Primary comes out from Sloth. Sloth sends it forward. Gets primary by Donkers. Loses second barrier. Piercing Beam almost getting it through. Fuzzy core flips to save it. Gets past. It's back on Tripod Fish side. Zentaro Special comes out. Primary almost gets it from Donkers. Core flip coming out from Sloth to save it. Giovanni pushing hard. Uses special. Uses primary. Doesn't manage to take barrier. The dash from Venom almost gets it through. Giovanni fighting Donkers. Sloth gets it past. Comes back to Cookies and Venom. Comes back to Sloth. A lot happening in the midfield at the moment. It's going back towards Tripod Fish. Giovanni secondary gets forward. It's invisible
Beautiful.
lizard out.
Yeah, beautiful, like, flip to kill Donkers. Keep the offensive pressure up. Giovanni, Cookies back and forth, and Giovanni finally manages to get that core in, backed by the Crystal Thorns, and just makes sure that that one goes in. TMCT takes another one.
Yeah. That was like an iron defense from both sides there until that core flip.
Oh yes, for sure. And right now, yeah, takes that spark of
Denied.
resilience away from Donkers. Got to settle now. Goes for cast to last instead. Everybody else getting some decent stuff. You got heavy impact on Asher and a good number of things. I see, like, I saw that Siege Machine on Cookies in particular. That's gonna be worrying. I believe that's kind of like the big one for me, as well as Stagger Swagger definitely going to help a little bit for Venom Yami.
Definitely. I mean, I think might have preferred to have the heavy impact, but no one's complaining about getting Stagger Swag, you know. Nope. Giovanni gets KO'd by Donkers, holding the barrier. Both teams down one barrier though. Giovanni comes back 4 seconds. Donkers gets secondary barrier off of Sloth. Venom Yami juggling it, sends it back. Back to Fozy. Donker's very low. I think Giovanni trying to get that redemption kill. Revenge, if you will. Gets forward, right in the corner. I was scared for a second. I saw that dash and core flip ready. Oh no, expanse. Tripod Fish almost all have core flip ready as well, which might be a bit scary for Team CT. Core flip comes out from Venom Yami, sends it backwards down to Donkers. Unfortunately, them doesn't manage to get it, but the dash right gets it through Sloth.
Beautiful, beautiful offensive push there. Venom Yami tried to just like stay relentless, and that's kind of like how they've been managing their success how they've been managing to find what success they have this whole game. Tripod Fish, they've just managed to like push the offense and didn't allow TMCT a chance to recover. But that's the problem. TMCT is actually very good at like clearing the core out and basically starting counter offensive pushes, kind of like that. I mean, Fierce Fury. Tripod Fish did manage to save that one, but it's been a bit of a dicey proposition for him for this whole match. They've been having to play almost lights out just to kind of like stay in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think I can very easily see it coming back for Tripod Fish.
Yeah.
But, you know, they have all this stuff. Oh, unfortunate rune pillar for Fozy there. That was like Donkers was right on top of it, but the small hit from it was just after the strike, just enough to send it back through the goal. Not enough reaction speeds in the world. But Giovanni gets a double barrier. That's terrifying for Fish. They managed to get first barrier. Venom Yami very low. Giovanni very low. Sloth gets it past Venom. Healing coming out from Fozy. Primary sends it through. Secondary comes out of Fozy. Core flip still ready. Banish comes out. Venom Yami has core flip. Donker's looking pretty low. Gets orb. Goes invis. Nope. Core flip does not manage to take second barrier off of TMCT. Although they are regaining forward pressure, getting towards the corner. Manages to lose it. Giovanni sends it forward. Donkers punishes Giovanni with a KO. Asher's special comes out. Rune Pillar comes out to defend the barrier. Will it be enough? Pushing forward. A lot of pressure. The strike shot. Core flip forced out of Fozy as well as Celestial Expanse. Very low on abilities now. If it comes back, that'll be a prop. It comes back. And Cookies manages to get the goal.
Almost no comment. That was a bit of a wild one there, but we are here now, 2-1 in favor of TMCT. This one's for all the marbles.
Yeah.
Oni's Blade comes out immediately. Vanishes, comes out immediately. Venom Yami gets pinballed, but
Bounce.
survives it. Like Molten Bolt's coming out, and Giovanni and Cookies looking very low. Cookies has to be careful, but staying up front, trying to be a trooper. I say that as soon as they teleport back, trying to get a little bit of space. But then it's Donkers coming out, and I think you also kill.
Yeah, Venom Yummy KO'd, but Cookies has core flip, very low stagger, uses banish and primary on Donkers, has to core flip to survive Venom's special. Donkers fighting Giovanni in the bottom. Cookies no stagger, very KO'able. Has to secondary back, chips Donkers down with it, but has to go back, losing some pressure. Sloth coming forward. Cookies fighting Venom Yami in the corner, sends it down, gets slingshot back by Celestial, bouncing out off the Taiko drum to get the goal. And that's the end of the set and the end of the match.
Yeah, for the record, nobody could see what you were commentating because everybody's stream died.
I was the only one.
Yep, you were last man standing.
Last reporter in Taiko Temple. Well, I'll tell you, it was a great finale to that set. Taiko drum bounced, slingshot it right to the other end of the goal. It's a great showing.
It sounded incredible. Sucks that nobody could see it.
I saw it, you know. I witnessed it. I'm sure the players would agree that was quite the finale to that match, at least.
Yeah.
What is happening today with everyone losing connection?
That is that's the question of the question of the hour.
I don't think this has happened, at least as far as I remember before.
Well, like it or lump it, that is all she wrote for that one. TMCT apparently move on. Meanwhile, Tripod Fish have to be careful not to get ate up by Fierce Fury in the lower brackets. So losers. So I believe we are going to take a bit of a break before the next match. Hopefully, so everybody's internet can actually work.
Start of next
Question
match,
mark.
all the spectators get booted.
Hello, welcome back. We are here once more again. This is P Flair, Pixie Munch, and we have losers. I believe this is losers finals.
Yep. I believe so.
Yep, and that is Tripod Fish just coming off of a very aggressive set with TMCT and Fierce Fury, who have been waiting in the wings. They've been licking their chops for this.
Now, I don't know about you, but I'm seeing something unusual here.
Oh.
We've got all the usual suspects, and then we have the custard golem that's been picked. Do you see it?
You know what? You're not wrong. So Juno, Tycho, and Perfect Form and Missile Prop on deck. So, I think Fury is feeling very confident.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a bit scary, little Juno, but they do have some good awakenings for their stuff. Yeah. Everyone loves a good missile prop. Atlas can take that all perfect. But hear me out, my conspiracy theory.
Shoot.
Juno goalie, Dubu forward, missile prop.
I can see it.
There's
wish.
an angle to this.
I could actually see it. I have seen. I mean, I have seen, for example, like Juno's pick missile prop before. So,
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it unreasonable, unfeasible.
It would be funny, but I think it's very unlikely. I feel like we probably see predominantly missile prop picked, right? Maybe perfect form on the goalies, but both of them like missile prop quite a fair bit as well. So,
Yeah. Point being though, there's gonna be a lot of slimes, folks.
Yeah, we see hot shot, see rapid fire, prime time.
Yeah, we know all the all the Exodia builds, so we know like Juno's definitely gonna be looking for those. It helps that there's only like I believe a couple that her teammates also would want at the same time, so I don't think there's gonna be like a whole lot of like overlap in that scenario, unless like you get a really bad draft.
Yeah, that said, most of what Juno wants, I think Trek also wants.
Yeah, that is the issue there.
Just gotta play better, you know. You want what you want, you gotta play for what you want.
So we're gonna see, and it's taking a while to load in again. This bodes well. Hey, there we go. It did work.
The cleansing ritual hopefully has saved the lobby from crashing.
Oh god, yep. So yeah, Donkers on that Juno, Venom Yami on the Estelle, and Fozy, of course, with the Dubu ever.
Yeah, you know, who doesn't like a little Hempter goalie? Although I feel like they're lacking a thought of like a hard forward.
Yeah, that's gonna be the issue here. Like Tripod Fish, very much relying on a lot of like their core control, and well, not saying that Juno can't hit hard, because like Juno's whole thing with those slimes is they are like core redirections, but they're also mine. They're also mines, and Yeah, so you gotta be careful. You gotta watch where you step because that damage can add up in a hurry. But I do agree, like it's not like aggressive. It's passive damage. It's not really like an aggressive forward, kind of like Drakkar
Like
is. Like
Drac,
look at that.
yeah.
Yeah, like look at that. Donker was already down to like half health. So that's something that they're gonna have to contest with. And don't get me wrong, they do have the tools to. They can get the tools to do it. They do have like the baseline to be able to do it, but they just gotta play. They've got to kind of like play lights out to get
Yeah.
past this incredible like comp of like damage and core control and just safety and security.
Yep,
That's gonna
that
help.
is.
They do. Yeah, that's gonna help. They do have one barrier apiece, and they are kind of like looking a little bit low. Again, like those mines coming out, and that's just
Case
gonna
in
have to be a
point.
constant. Yeah, gonna have to be a constant thing to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, it is momentum boot, not momentum boots, slick clicks. So no siphoning, which will be less scary for the KO the faster Juno. That's it. Sake gets first goal. Um, it's looking pretty balanced energy-wise. I mean, Venom Yummy has core flip, but then Sake's Arena and Cozy almost had theirs as well. But Fierce Fury get double barriered. Pelican. Uh-oh. Donker
Yeah.
stood still a bit too long, got punished for it, but it doesn't matter.
Yep, Venom Yami, very nice. I believe that was a Rose Warp into shot on. Fang tried to defend it, but a little bit slow on the draw there. Just it bounces in, and we are evening it up.
Yeah. Well, so corporate bread. We'll see. Can they get the double barrier this time? Fury get first barrier. It ricochets off the drum, takes one barrier from them though. Donker's half health, Sake half health, drools on Donker's. Venom Yummy banished. Barrier gets taken off of Fozy. Looking a bit precarious for tripod fish.
Bounce House, yeah, like Bounce House went off for Venom Yami. Barely managed to survive that.
It is always great to see the bounce though. Both sides have barrier open, but Zarinov manages to sneak it past Venom Yami for the second goal of the set.
So that is point 2 for the favor of Fierce Fury. And they definitely do not want to go down early on. Like I said, they do not want that Juno to get the party started. So they are going to be pressing very fast, and that might have helped. They had a great chance there. Flip goes out, just trying to stall out the slimes. Doesn't quite work. Donkers keeps it up, gets a barrier. They're trying to push it up, trying to clear it out. Rose Warp came out, didn't quite manage to clear it, fed it back down. Zarnif was right there for it. Donkers could not clear it out from Zarnif and managed to get it past Fozy for the third. And they do manage to take that crucial first set.
Yeah.
And
So,
yeah, they really did not want this first set to go down. You got Rapid Fire, you got Spark, Focus,
so
Siege
much
Machine,
shit.
stacks on stacks. Prime Time does get taken. Rapid Fire actually gets taken by Dubu.
Yeah, I mean, probably to deny going to track, but
True.
I would have thought track. Yeah, take Spark, denies it from Venom Yami, who takes Adrenaline Rush. Interesting.
Yeah. Honestly, not the worst. A lot of, I feel, denies, but this draft still worked out, I think, fairly well for both sides. Like, Fang's definitely going to be able to do some defensive work with that. Monumentalist. Maybe see some offensive work, too. You saw the size of that Celestial Expanse. Primetime Rune, obviously, loves that. Already got open barriers, open goal for Fierce Fury. So definitely going to be trying to push in that. Beautiful pillar. Knocks it straight in. Fozy just not able to react in time. Fierce Fury is rolling.
They have a lot of offensive momentum at the moment. Like, it came back to them for the Fang managing to defend it really well. They're just getting so much pressure with the early barriers, and then just managing to get the goal at the end of the round.
Yeah, yeah, basically they almost have like two teammates that can like drop pillars because you have Celestial Expanse from Fang, who's been playing up this game so far, and you've got, you know, Zarnef on the rune, who just drops pillars all day, every day. So that's a lot of offensive threat, a lot of offensive pressure. And they get both barriers. They also get a body. They also catch a body.
No
Venom
more
Yami
still.
goes down for it. And yeah, right now it's looking like Fierce Fury just kind of like rolling over him, just like the offensive pressure is too much. Like it's almost like a three-man front here, just because of how Fang can push now with that Monumentalist.
Especially like can come forward, drop special, and then the Zaryanov and Sake can play without as much concern about their stagger.
Like, look at, like, I'm sorry, but like, look at Fang up at the Hal core point, just
the
like
midfield.
yeah, just like dropping expanses can still drop back when necessary. Like that, plus the plus even I almost forgot like the missile prop there, allowing them to like allowing them to throw those barriers from farther back and still maintain a forward presence.
Yeah, I mean, they're also getting quite like decent KOs. I mean, they got Venom Yami again. I think Fozy was trying to come forward as well earlier. Decent enough pressure. They managed to take one barrier off of Fierce Fury, but it's a little bit. I thought Donkus might get core flip there, but managed to get the second barrier actually. Gets it to Venom. Zaryanov has core flip.
Beautiful feed from Venom Yami down to Donkers, just a dimer, 1-2 into the corner, and Fang just can't get to it in time. Cooldowns were still cooling down, just nothing to do for it.
There was a attempt to pillar it, but pillar itself just took a little double barrier from Sake, banish as well.
And everything goes out, flips, specials, the whole Monty, and Tripod Fish actually managed to survive for a couple more seconds. They even get a barrier out of the deal. They get both barriers out of the deal. They have an opportunity to kind of like save this issue. Flip came out. I think that was from Sake. A little bit of a wild flip. Yeah. And right now it was Tripod Fish on the offensive for a little bit, but not for long. Not for as long enough. Venom Yami gets taken out.
Yeah. Well, both goalies with core flip. It's open goal with 3 seconds until overtime. Banish comes out from Zaryanov. Sake almost forces core flip out of Fozy, who sends it down to Donkers. Forces core flip out of Fang to save it. Comes forward. Sake intercepts with shotguns. Intercepts Molten Bolt. Zaryanov shoots, gets shot by Venom Yami, fighting the corner, gets it down to Donkers, core flips, but Pillar managed to instantly block it, but the blobos.
Beautiful. I've noticed like during that whole set, Donkers like kind of saw Fang trying to like clear it out and was setting up blobs and was like, okay, take your guess. You want to try and you think you can like outshoot my blob? Try it. And eventually faked him out, went up top, dropped a blob, and the blob and basically kind of like out mind gamed Fang. Fang tried to clear it out at the bottom, and the blob was just right there to send it right back in.
Yeah, you know, they had a little blob James on the bench waiting for it. I am shocked that that barrier did not get taken there.
A little bit as well.
Yeah. It's like, how? I mean, that's incredibly impressive, but comes back. Getting it in the corner again, a banish. Oh, a donk is just getting evaporated. The second barrier, first barrier, second barrier. Sake coming forward, Fang coming forward. A lot of pressure. Fang has core flips. Zaryanov almost has core flip. Fang core flips, gets it through the Tofu Fortress, but it comes back. Almost hits second barrier from Venom Yami last. Sake trying to get a kill on Donkers again. A lot of pressure. Venom has core flip. Kind of keeps sending it forward. Donkers gets banished. I mean, gets second barrier. Donkers jumps. Core flip from Zaryanov. The blob up.
Beautiful feet. Beautiful kind of like self pass there. Like Venom Yami managed to kind of again. That was mind games. That was a whole lot of mind game play. Venom Yami manages to like shoot get it up to Donkers. Donkers sets a blob up, feeds it down to his own blob, and just directs it into the corner. Can't get to it. Very impressive play by Donkers. Venom Yami as well for setting it up. Aerials is just going to make things a whole lot scarier now, because now Juno's going to be leaping across half the screen.
But also, Sake has 2 sparks and missile prop.
Oh yeah,
Which
Sake
itself
on
is
that
just
spark build now.
becoming the spark one. That is kind of scary. Fang has both creation awakenings with big. Oh, so much for Sake gets KO.
Right. Do you see the size of that, like,
Yeah.
cosmic? I forget. I always forget what the name of that of his big revival special is. But that thing took up like a quarter of the map.
Yeah, you know.
And
Wow,
that was
Atlas.
that was just a basic. That was like a basic V. Zarnev Sake just punts it up in the corner. Fose out of position, can't get to it. Fose, I said. Fose. Fose. But look at that leap!
No.
But leaps to their death.
Yeah.
Gets knocked straight into the wall. And power play for Fierce Fury goes up, and they do get both barriers, and yeah, Fish do manage to clear it out. They do manage to try and set up for an offensive push. It does not last for very long. Beautiful pillar by Zarnev. Just feeds down and into the pillar. Just a beautiful L shape, really. And Fierce Fury on set point.
I mean, set point. But there's also the chance that, you know, Fish come back. Although, that said, 3 musketeers, 1 midfielder, and 2 forwards are making it very hard to do that. Get the second barrier. Fozy, Venom, and Donker's incredibly low stagger. Managed to send it forward a little bit, but Fang instantly flips to send it right back to the forward front, and Sake manages to shotgun brute force it through both defenders.
Yeah, just very, very brutal point there for Fierce Fury. And there is Sake. One more spark to choose from: resilience or strength.
I feel like
Like
strength, right?
mini yeah, strength probably. Mini mayor time.
There's no way. Yeah, Hot Shot gets to.
Yeah, no.
Donkers.
Hotshot's not getting the Donkers, so just take it for the Dubu.
Maybe?
I would say just get Catalyst and be done with it for Geno. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right choice. What do I got here?
So honestly, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking that twin drive on Atlas. There's so much good stuff on Fang, actually. That's horrifying. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh Lord.
Just
Yeah.
a single hamster now.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I feel like Fierce Fury definitely got like the most of this draft, like by almost by leaps and bounds, and it seems like this might be the beginning of the end. Like,
The ball is in motion. That was brutal.
yeah, like this might be the beginning of the steamroll. I mean, that's just me wagering. So we need to see if Tripod Fish can shake back from this, because this is a monstrous amount of offense that is coming out of Fierce Fury now.
Yeah,
True to
so
their
much
name,
damage.
like Donker's just dead.
You got the shotgun combo, but and there's always, you know, Fish can always come back, but the damage coming out of Sake, the fact that Fang is 2 like half-field size secondaries.
Yeah, and again, they just decided, okay, yeah, they've decided, okay, Donkers does not get to play anymore.
That was clean by Fozy, though.
Yeah,
That's
very nice
beautiful.
clear. Unfortunately, like, that beautiful, like, just blind. Just, I say blind, but it's like Sake just vanished and then knocked straight in. Cross-country clear into goal. And this might be wraps for this game.
I mean, Donkey just keeps getting obliterated, like shotgun drill blast. Poor Juno didn't have the stagger for that. Them getting chipped down a ton. The pillars just control. Fish down both barriers, but Fozy managed to get one barrier off of Fang. Donkus around the world manages to go forward, jumping, but Tofu Fortress comes out. Cole managed to get through it, slipping through. It's looking nerve-wracking. Almost gets second barrier. Donkus gets wombo comboed out of the match again. No!
And that
The
is it.
doom roll. That is your first match.
First match, losers finals goes to Fierce Fury. Started out even enough. Started out a lot of back and forth, but what ended up happening is just they got the right awakenings, and Fierce Fury kind of started rolling and never looked back.
Poor Donkus at the end there. Just,
Yep.
I will go forward. But what if Drek shotgun blast you?
For real. Like Sake got that shot off, and that was it. Okay. Take care of him for a little bit, will you, Pixie? I will be right back.
Hey, good luck. Man, I don't know about you fellas, but that was a nasty Atlas. Mister, I'm gonna secondary and both barriers are covered. And now I'm gonna do it again, It reminds me of good old days of Atlas. Back in yonder year. I miss old Pondra, man. That was the stuff. But that game was great. So, quite bloody. Very bloody, in fact. I thought it was very good, the clear up top at the end, but I don't know. I don't know how you defend that situation when it's just, oh no, my team, they're getting bludgeoned to death. But maybe we'll see a better next match. Unfortunately, Juno got denied all the good Juno awakenings. Drek got to spark. Atlas got what Atlas wants. But true, very good. Oni Village. It's our next map, I think. So hopefully less bloody, but then you never know. It breaks my heart that Inkies isn't in the map pool. I don't know about everyone here, but for real, I think Inkies, they should add it back in a rotation. I'm just saying. I wonder, it'd be cool if we got the Clarion test chamber. It's an interesting map.
It is chaos. I'm back.
Hi back. I'm just heartbroken that Audi changed it, so you can't treat another striker like a cow in a pen and just keep them in the Obscura panish.
Yeah.
It's like, no. But yeah, I was just regaling everyone with we should bring Inkies back, and that I'm sad that Obscura Clarion got nerfed.
It is what it is. And
what it is.
And right now, what it is and is not is apparently there is Onis, which is going to be both fun and probably exhausting. We all know about like Oni Village, very, very wide open map, and it's hell on earth try and like guard both sides. So it's gonna be an interesting way to see how these two teams just ultimately decide to go about like their defensive business.
Why guard both sides when you could just treat it like a one barrier map?
Basically.
Yeah, What's the worst that could happen? You lose the other barrier?
Who knows? But we know that we are not going to be seeing Atlas nor Juno this like not this game. They said no more to that.
Yeah. Fish haunted by the half the map secondaries and Fury upset the Blobo Legion, so
So,
yeah,
yep,
that
you're
makes
getting something a
sense.
little bit, probably going to get something a little bit more typical out of the both of them, if I'm being real. And you can kind of see that with Fish already having like that Estelle locked in. We can see Fury, Rune, Drakkar, and
Kai?
yeah,
That makes sense. There's a Kai map, I'd say.
yeah, Kai's coming out. Probably going to be goalie for Oni
Rasmus.
finish.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it'd be goalie. I'm assuming pick six is the goalie, but it's an error. We love to see error. But it makes me wonder if it's not
Error's cool.
Rune or Drek goalie then.
I
So-
Yeah, possible. It's gonna be hard to, all three of them. I've seen all three of these in the goalie position at Onis, so
Yeah, that
yeah,
makes sense. I was more familiar with error goalie on Night Market and Tycho.
yeah.
But
I'm thinking Arrow's gonna actually be goalie,
yeah, I'm seeing that sentiment in chat, but
especially like you also have like Fight or Flight on and Ad Rush as opening awakenings, so
mhm.
that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think fight or flight probably for both goalies. Although
Mm,
Adrenaline Rush 1 second cooldown, yeah, always useful. More abilities is great. I'm kind
yeah.
of interested. I think they nerfed Arrow, or they rejigged her abilities a bit. So I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out. Since I tell you, it breaks my heart to see they made it so you make your teammates less big. I kind of wish Audi had made it that in exchange you make the enemy team smaller, but you can't all have all. And they rejig haste as well, so terrible.
So definitely something to keep in mind. That I'll admit it, I was not wholly aware of the changes to Era.
Yeah, they changed beam, and then I think they made haste slower but shorter cooldown.
Hmm.
Which is like, man, I remember when they nerfed Maelstrom by 15 seconds. Oh, but, it is what it is.
Yep.
Era's still Shrimply the best character.
Mm. So on one side we have these supermodel level individuals. Did you see how all of them were stanced up for
Yeah, yeah.
tripod fish? They were all of them stanced up. They was ready for the catwalk.
It
But
would have
this
been. Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, it would have been funny if Dubu was part of that model.
oh god. But nah, this is not a beauty pageant. This is Core Strikers. This is Omega Strikers. So start off, and already both the top barriers have been taken, like completely expected. Already got like I keep calling it Typhoon, Tempest. I call it everything but what it is, which is
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom.
You know, just like Atlas team, but they're down 2 barriers. I mean, kind of spooky, but can they take the second barrier off of Tripod Fish? That's the real question. The Maelstrom's cooking, sending it down, but Posey managed to send it up out of the way of the Maelstrom. They're getting close to core flip. Pillars to get it back. Secondaries to get it back. Oh, Fang manages to get in position, but Donkus specials it through.
Very beautiful shot there. And Venom Yami, all like Donkers, Venom Yami, both there, basically covering all the angles for that shot.
Yeah, I'm just saying, oh, I think it'll go in the goal. My God, that's a lot. They got gold. Fiasco, like, fair, but we take it back.
Yep, very quick response by Fierce
8 seconds.
Fury.
See if they can keep that momentum going, but 8 second goal, very quick. Man, they got one barrier taken off them. Fish lose one barrier. Zaryanov moving forward, comes back. Sake shotgun blast, but doesn't manage to get it through Fozy. Gets sent down, back to Donkers, comes back. Sake and Zaryanov kind of hanging around Donkers, trying to get it up. Maelstrom charging up, sending it forward. Doesn't quite line up. Pillar blocks Donkers' core flip. Fozy sends it up, and core flip that's nasty. The banish to secure the second barrier with core flip. Coming forward, has core flip ready. Piercing beam comes out. Tiny Maelstrom sends it back up. Core flip comes out from Fozy, sends it halfway across the pitch. But I'm trying to get it. Core flips. Sake managed to get it through them, unfortunately for him. Comes back up, sends it to Donkers, sends it forward. Fanger's core flip if needed. Sake looking kinda low, gets piercing beam, no stagger. Venom Yami retaliates the core flip, gets second barrier off of Fang, sends it forward. Tries to get a KO on Sake, can't see him manage, unfortunately misses. Fozy coming out of barrage in time to save that goal. Fighting over the midfield at the moment, pushing it. Oh, getting close to Fang, Venom Yami pushing forward, hook comes out, hits Zaryanov, Maelstrom saves it. Overtime really starting to put that pressure in. Sake getting close to the core flip. Fang sends it to Sake. Pierce beam comes out, doesn't manage to get it through. Venom sends it forward. Pillar blocks it, sends it back to Fang's direction. Coming forward, Sake pushing it. Fierce Fury regaining the offensive. It gets back past Zaryanov. Maelstrom comes back, sends it down, sends it up. Sake going forward. Venom Yami manages to hook it away. Giga Blast comes out. How about you? Looking. A real iron defense.
Yeah, amazing defense coming out from both sides here. Very good positioning, very good intercepting of the core, and just very good holds on both sides. Beautiful defense by Fozy. Death Touch tries to come out, tries to snatch it back, does not quite make it. Venom Yami tries to go for the kill on Zaryanov. Zaryanov says no, flips in. Fozy get caught looking.
That was solid. Went from 8-second round to probably like 2-minute round.
Yeah,
back
a little bit over
and
2
forth.
minutes, I want to say.
Clean.
So right now, early barrier take on both sides yet again. That's Oni Village for you. Some brief fighting over the midfield. Venom Yami does get the most of that. They try to clear it out. Donkers with a beautiful piercing shot to secure the barrier, get the open goal. Fang trying to battle it back. Fang Sake just completely obliterate one Venom Yami. Tempest comes out. God dang it. Tempest. Maelstrom comes out trying to keep it forward. And right now, Fierce Fury in the driver's seat. Beautiful banish to try and keep things up high. But it is Fish that actually have control of the core at the moment. Fierce Fury doing their best to try and change that up. Beautiful flip to avoid the Maelstrom, but doesn't manage to hold. They do get the barrier, and now it's Fierce Fury that is threatening. Sake tries to go to Zaryanov. Zaryanov tried to go to Sake. No quite dice. They do manage to get it through the parties of Donkers and Venom Yami. It's a bit of a back and forth here at the moment. Venom Yami tries to feed out to Donkers. Sake intercepts, tries to push forward. And Fozy with the longest range shot, and Fang can't get to it. I believe they tried to flip for it out of range, just nothing doing.
That was a miraculous Giga Blast. Like, I saw it slip past a midfielder and just past Fang's core flip range. That said, Venom Yami gets punished for that Giga Blast, gets KO'd. Maelstrom clears out the top. Fish down one barrier. Fierce Fury lose one barrier now. Fighting the top corner. Zaryanov playing around with the core up top. we see Donkers get KO'd in Sake. And then great pass from Sake to Zaryanov to get the set winning goal.
Yep, Sake just completely was like, yo, Donkers, remember this? Boom! Out of there, and from then on, it was a 2v1, and just quick 1-2 shot in, and they get rewarded for it. I'm seeing like rapid fire. I'm seeing sparks, hot shot. Yep. Rune takes that hot shot, and interesting. how Fozy takes the specialized training, in my opinion.
Yeah,
But
I
makes
mean,
sense.
yeah, you go peak performance, good extra. I feel like after that Giga Blast, maybe they're like, I could work something with this angle. I'm shocked no one took extra special, but I guess, you need your stagger, you need your stagger.
Yeah, sometimes you got to think about what's. Sometimes you got to go less with what would ideally be optimal and
Oh,
what would be most
uh,
practical for you in this
yeah,
match right now. You've got to you've got to play against the players, not necessarily play against the game. If that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, that checks out. Feel like, I mean, I like the cooldown, but also I'm getting my shit rocked.
So there you go. And we've got open goal on Tripod Fish's side. One barrier still up for Fierce Fury, and they are trying to make full advantage of it. Sake tries to force it through, and don't quite get the first try, but the second try, Zarnif is right behind him to support, and they do manage to shake Fozy and Donkers out of it, and they get that point.
Yeah,
Beautiful
I mean,
shot.
with Hosey at the start of that round, just getting executed out of goal. Triple banish, I think that almost gets a second barrier with that core flip. But Tripod Fish managed to hold it off and get first barrier off of Fierce Fury. Sake gets second barrier with Shotgun Blast, sends it down, almost gets it through. Zainab juggled it back up to Sake. Fang has to core flip to send it forward, but it manages to save it. Beautiful save from Fozy against Sake. Sending it down, a lot of pressure, pillar down, but comes back in Fierce Fury's court at the moment, having to defend, trying, almost getting close to core flip. A lot of pressure coming out, still trapped in Fierce Fury's side. See if they can get it forward. They do, but unfortunately for them, Zarinov pays the price with their life. It comes back. I don't know. Sake getting very low as well. Haste comes out from Fang. Managed to stall time enough for Zarinov to come back. Sake pushing forward with more stagger now. Donkus has core flip. Sake sends it forward. Maelstrom charging up, sending it up along. The pillar comes out of nowhere to save it. Get the goal on Fozy.
And that is two for Fierce Fury. Beautiful play by Sake and honestly the whole team. Like that in there said. Beautiful passing, beautiful defense. Sake
Yeah.
right in the right position. Zarnev definitely in the right position. Knows how to use those pillars. Incredible play, and they've already got two barriers open again. Looking to build on this and just take like a quick third goal. Passes it, Zarnev bounces it off the pillar, passes up to Sake. Sake right there, and that quick goal they do get. 3 and out for that set in favor of Fierce Fury.
Yeah, I mean, talking about getting that goal there, you're like, oh, now we do it. Let's see.
And Sake has a chance to get like 2 sparks if they
Doubles?
really want to, but they've also got plenty of other on the table that can be
Yeah,
appealing.
but
So
Spark is best.
yep, Spark. They go for the Spark of
Oh,
Agility. Fozy gets a prime time. Rune gets that Castle last. That's going to be scary as heck. That's a whole lot of pillar.
yep.
And,
And a
like,
long ass banish.
yep. Twin drive on that era, that can definitely be fun. That'll definitely help a little
Yeah.
bit with the offensive pushes. And last but not least, Donkers with that Super Surge can definitely help. So
Yeah.
I don't think. Here's the thing. I feel like Tripod Fish could come back, but they would have to play like lights out. Fish Fury has been rocking and rolling, and Sake has really kind of like been leading the charge here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I don't think it helps that I think Fierce Fury are probably happier overall with their Awakening draft, but
Oh yeah,
Blizzard
absolutely.
did get prime time, which, great pickup on Kai. Giant a beautiful pillar gets second barrier off of Fozy, but it's like a little bit worse for wear. Gets Giga Blasted, but not enough.
Yeah, they are trying very hard to kill Sake. I think they realize Sake's the problem. So like they're trying to get rid of the problem, but Sake's still living. Sake's like, I know I'm the problem. That doesn't mean y'all can deal with me. I am advanced college. Y'all still in high school. Y'all still in high school. Sake said y'all can't handle this.
Beautiful.
Y'all not ready for this. Get some more education.
highly educated lizard. Oh, I mean, proving a real problem. That specialized training, not enough to KO Sake. Gets first barrier on fish. There's a lot of pressure from them, although not enough to sustain it. Not coming back. They get first barrier, get second barrier. Fish in a good position. Donker's core flips through Fang and Zarina.
Yeah, Donker's like, hold on, chill out, slow down, and splits the difference. Just like flips, catches both of them, just like looking,
Yeah.
just like trying not to be out of it just yet. Are tripod fish, so hopefully they can make something happen. But it's a long and hard road up. Beautiful feed from Venom Yami to Donkers. Gets that one barrier. So one barrier apiece for the lot of them. If there's ever a time to figure out a changing game plan for Tripod Fish, it is right now. So they need to try and make something happen here. They do clear out the core from the Maelstrom, attempting to push it forward. And this is going to be a very scary and pivotal moment for Tripod Fish.
Yeah. Really do or die. Either they start, dominating the set, or they're gonna have a real problem. That's kind of an energy disbalance here. Fang, Sake, both have core flip. Not enough to save their barrier from getting taken, but enough to see Venom Yami getting executed by Sake. That said, Sake very low. Might get picked off at some point. Repositions to a safer spot. Venom Yami comes back. Maelstrom clears top half. Almost a secondary to goal, but Fang managed to intercept the Donkey's secondary. Intercepts the primary as well. Overtime kicking in. That core's starting to go wild. Giga Blast comes out. A lot of tension building up. Maelstrom clears it forward. Second barrier falling for Fish. Sake comes forward, manages to strike it right above Fozy while he's barraging.
That was incredible. For a second, I really did think Tripod Fish almost had it. I think the problem was Venom Yami tried to kind of go for like a double fake when they had a shot on goal, and that just gave Fang enough time to like realize, okay, I see what you're doing, and essentially like defend against it, even as the fake didn't quite work out. So I feel like that might have been tried to be a little bit too clever by half, but that they cannot let that they cannot let that falter them. Yes, this is it, but they they are still playing. It is still not over yet. It ain't over until that last goal goes in.
Yeah, only goal that really matters. Alright, well, there's a concerted effort to see Sake removed from the game, although not enough of an effort to actually see that comes through. Gets orb. I mean, tries to force it through his primary, doesn't quite manage. Zarinov almost has core flip. Sake gets secondary barrier. Zarinov has core flip, but it doesn't matter because Sake forces it through Fozy.
And that is it. 3-1 in favor of Fierce Fury. Good gracious. And feels like Venom Yami takes MVP, but Sake, in my opinion, was kind of the star of the show. Just very good positioning, very good placement. Just the kills, the passing, the everything. Zarnev, of course, incredible play with the pillars, with basically keeping up the offense with the fantastic positioning. It was just it all kind of like coalesced thanks to also like Fang's constant maelstroms, constant like bewitching beams. It all kind of coalesced into an offensive that they couldn't deal with.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of combined factors. Sake putting on that pressure, getting KOs. Fang providing all that utility and clearing with Maelstrom. Zarinov doing a lot of work with all the redirects and the shots they've got, and just backing up with those nasty pillar follow-ups, and Castellas Vanish as well, not to be forgotten. But I think both sides, did their best, played pretty well. I saw some great stuff. Blood, not as bloody as before, but still.
Oh yeah, no, still very, very good.
Mhm.
So I believe that's all.
Believe that's the best of Street for Losers finals. Yeah.
Yep.
I could be wrong.
So I believe we are not quite finished yet, at the very least, in terms of games for today. Or am I off? I came in here like I'm gonna tell everybody else. I came in here like with less than 3 minutes to spare. I hopped out of bed for this, so I
Yeah,
hopped out of
but
bed and immediately got on.
worth it, right?
Worth it, yes, 100%.
Incredible gameplay.
So. So yeah, I believe so. Yeah, seems like we got more. We got a little bit more coming. Of course grand finals. So keep it locked, keep it rocked. We will see you very very soon. Peace out.
Yes. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL Season 2 Playoffs Grand Finals. I am a Teenage Mutant Cringer Turtle, and this is a Fierce Fury, and we are here to take you guys into Grands.
Yeah, and today's Grands are kind of something we didn't expect, really. We saw just a moment ago Fierce Fury beating out Tripod Fish, I think 2-0, and they're back with a vengeance. They're ready to strike back, and we're going to see how will they strike back against the #1 seed.
Yeah, the #1 seed, and a lot of the people thought coming into this, originally Fierce Fury would be that #1 seed, but no, they fell to the lower bracket, and then, as you said, they got their vengeance against Tripod Fish, and now have made it back to the finals, and, well, lo and behold, this is the matchup of last season. 5 remaining players from last EUSL Grands. The only new face here is Sloth on TMCT, and, well, our first map is one that Fierce Fury are no stranger to, Night Market. Thoughts on the draft?
I mean, this draft is crazy. Sparker Shark and Siege Machine up for grabs here, and they've done well with the Sparker Shark draft last time, I think. I'm pretty sure, but Siege Machine, a new one on the board for us. I don't even know what the draft is currently, but I would pull that up in a second.
Yeah, so Spark Siege Machine, we have Estelle banned for Fury, Rune banned for TMCT, Atlas picked up for Fang, and then we have Drakkar Zentaro for Zarhynif and Sake. The Atlas was answered by Era X, and then a Now picked up in the end. Where do you think the Era versus Now are going?
I mean, that Era might just go for Zar, right? Actually, wait, no, this is the other way around. So, probably Now would be on Slop, I think, unless I am, like, trolling completely. No, I am not trolling completely. This is probably gonna be, this might be just Geo Era.
Yeah, it's probably Geo Era and then Sloth on the Now. I think that makes the most sense to me. Just because Era goalie, it exists, but of the two goalies, I'd imagine Fang to be way more willing to pilot this, and while Sloth is a goalie who is very happy to play a lot of different goalies, I'm just not sure if Era is within that large ocean of goalies he has.
I mean, if you're gonna think about this as a what would Sloth play, I mean, Aaron's Zentaro, like, kind of sucks, and so does Drakkar today, and like, it's a better matchup for Now to be playing against Zentaro, even though they're both range goalies in that matter. But I think now, I mean, Sloth has piloted Now before, so it's not really like hard. I mean, it's not like a new thing you would like be not seeing. But again, we're gonna see how this plays out. This is Fierce Fury's map. This is like their best map by far. And even though we saw last week with Ayuki playing X, I think, over this comp, and they ended up losing. They ended up putting it really close. And even though that it might not look like TMCT are prepared for this, they did beat Flames Kittens earlier, like last week. So this might be a very like change of pace in terms of how TMCT will have to handle this comp, especially since this is not Sake X.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the difference is Sake X, you probably definitely need something for the anti-stuff, but if it's Sake Zentaro, you now have to be a lot more worried about these more passing plays and just cross-ups, right? But then you have Drakkar reinforcing the Zentaro. Drakkar is the one that'll be looking to win these interactions and look for those stuffs, and that is something I think Era will be scared of, and even in some cases Now might be scared of as well. And, well, we see Sloth piloting the Era, and it's Now for Geo.
Interesting. I actually haven't seen this. This is something new.
Yeah, important thing to note, we have 3 Sparks of Strength on Zentaro, Drakkar, X, everyone else opting for Siege Machine, and it is double Mag Souls on the side of Fierce Fury, while TMCT has Cookies on the Bambrace.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. I mean, one barrier going down already is really quick so far. Fierce Fury answering really back, but again, Giovanni Now here, actually, I mean, it feels like the other way around, but they're getting it done so far. Like, I didn't really expect this to be close. In sort of regard, like, even though they come back with another barrier, it's still, like, decently close in the sense that Sake still has to fight through a Sloth, and, like, this is insane.
Yeah, definitely very insane, and well, needs to be very careful with Zarhanev just kind of waiting in the wings for some sort of lock and load. Geo finally returns back and takes it over to level 2, which means he will have that lifeline for these defensive and offensive plays. Commits it right there, but it just goes back to the sudden. So much damage getting dropped onto the members of TMCT. And this first point looks pretty dangerous for the Turtles, but they are starting to turn things back. But as I say that, it just keeps staying on their side, and they can't find a way to get it out.
I mean, Sloth is handling this so well, and Cookies with Flip now, he might be using it to... He could possibly use it, but again, it's just our Hynef there, just sending it right past, and even though it was a very, like, brought-out point, like, this reached overtime in about, like, a minute, so it's still very close, I think.
Yeah, still very close, and I don't doubt that this series will be a series of margins, and I hope to see 6 games, and well, 6 games we might see as TMCT is already ready to start answering things back as they get the kill, get the first barrier, force Sake to burn the flip, and do they get the second barrier? No, and no flip is even needed from Fang to burn.
I mean, that's just patience right there, and they answered back with another power play of their own there, and again, this is just, it's just who can win the battle of getting them off the map, because again, Geo got knocked off twice by, I think, Sake with just kills in general, just being able to dump out damage, and that's just the main strat, I think, for Future, just to get them off the map, and since they have so much good synergy together, like, if you can't, like, separate the, like, the actual defense from the offense, then it's easy to, let things spiral out of control, but, like, both goalies still haven't used their flip yet, so we could be waiting for that.
What can I say? This entire character kinda hurts, not gonna lie. And, well, Fang almost having a Sophia moment, but has to burn this flip. And now Sloth, he's really not wanting to burn that flip. He wants to save it for a future situation because this barrier is still up on the opposite side. Now Geo looking to get this core forward. Cookies has to win an interaction. Fang buys a bit of space with his own projection, but it just comes back around. Now Zarhanev, he keeps feeding the core forward, but it just keeps getting returned back to the opposite side.
Yeah, but the only way for this to count if they actually get the barrier, as they do. Cookies even with flip as well. Sake first to burn it himself. Doesn't get any value though. Sloth has burns his flip as well. And again, Cookies still with flip though. He can be using it for something, but Yalis is just stopping it out. And the fact that Cookies can't get anything done just yet might be what decides it, as Sake sends it right through.
Yeah, the tough situation there was that Cookies was never really in a position to actually flip. Yes, the core drifted by him a few times, but they were just in really bad spots, because if he flips there, it just goes into some creation of Fangs, and then he's just forced to wait out for some possible chance to flip, and that chance just doesn't arrive, and then it goes to the opposite side where Zarhanev has the flip, and he is much better poised to be able to use it.
Yeah, and Cookies just, I mean, he probably doesn't even need to use flip here again. He's just winning interactions. He does use the flip though, gets the second barrier too, and puts Bang at very low health though. He does have the Atlas Res in order to give himself a little bit more breathing room in terms of stagger, but still, the fact that you have no barriers, it means something, as Sloth is basically defending with his life right now. He's so good at holding it down, but again, that barrier falling is probably what could send this, as Sake does have his flip up for options.
Yeah, I mean, this Drakkar holding this midfield so well, and we are seeing this as how many times he's winning these interactions against TMCT. It's just making it so tough, and it's just backed up by Sake too. Sake is that strike menace, and we see it there, winning the strike war and then getting the flip off.
Yeah, but again, you kind of just have to worry about how this is still Era X.
Yep.
And even though it's like goalie era and X by himself and is lonesome, it doesn't really matter. But what could matter is that you have the sparks that can bring this game out of control, as Sake does pick up the spark of Rizal. I don't think he's been taking a lot of damage, but the fact that he just has another spark is just crazy.
Yeah, because keep in mind, right, Era X can scale, but this makes it so that the Zentaro can start scaling too, and crucially, right, 2 sparks already on him, and perfect form and Super Surge, as well as Explosive, are still in the draft. Like, this Zentaro is pretty much always going to have an option in the draft, even if Fierce Fury lose.
Yeah, you can see that right there, as Cookie is picking up a lot more momentum, grabbing both barriers, as well as Zarhanev looking pretty low himself. Like, even though it doesn't look like they're doing a lot of damage, because again, this is like Bad vs X. I think just the might pickup is insane in general, but it doesn't really matter if your midfielder isn't there to help you.
Yeah, one could say that pickup may help him. One might even say might help him, as he does get more power and even more size. The size is crucial to winning strike wars, and we are seeing a lot of those as he wins the strike war into the flip and gets it to the top side. Cookie is answering back.
And Cook, I mean, he's been winning checkers before, even without the size, but this just makes him a lot. I mean, it gives him a bigger target on his back because he's able to get hit a lot more often. But still, the fact that you can win more strike wars like he's doing right now is just crucial to taking barriers. And if TMTT can handle the fact that they can keep taking barriers, it might be what propels them to victory.
Yeah, and I think one thing that might be a little understated that is probably pretty important for how this match has been playing out is the fact that Gio is not really on like one of those more quote-unquote ranged midfielders, and because he always has to get in there to kind of win these interactions, it's how the Drakkar and the Zentaro are able to just perma-dump damage on the Now and make it so that she just has way less control than she realistically should have.
Yeah, it seems to be working out so far as Yu just gets killed off the map right there. And again, what you said earlier, just if you don't have a midfielder that can get into the position of being able to just put it right through, that flip comes out as well. And again, Sloth with nothing to work with right now as he's basically getting out of control, but still, oh shit, I crashed. But oh, this is not good.
Yeah, and things are definitely looking out of control, but Gio and Sloth, they want to turn this around on the defense. They don't want to let another goal go their way, and if that does go that way, TMCT may be poised to go down 2 sets, and that would be really bad for them.
I think it might have crashed now. Whoa, but again, yeah, I don't know what happened there, but again, if Sloth just loses those barriers in the long run, it might be just bad. I think like if you end up losing control of the point that quickly, if you don't have a mid-run position, it's just straight up gone.
Yeah, and we are now up to 1-1 tied for both teams, but reminder, there is a 1-set advantage to Fierce Fury, and they will look to take this further if they can. The Strike Wars, again, just Zarheinef and Sake both winning them. This Drakkar also so useful for these Strike Wars, and he takes another barrier as Gio falls once again thanks to the damage from Sake, and another Strike War won by Sake. This Fierce Fury team is mad.
And kind of Sloth opting to hold that flip for OS2 kind of wasn't really burning at that time frame, but again, what more can you do if you're just getting perma dumped for fun? And Sloth, even though opting to elect to burn the flip now, it ends up being a barrier loss for TMTT, so even a second barrier loss too, as a strike doesn't come out in time. And again, Fierce Fury just showing that this is their map, and even though it might have looked close on paper the last time, Fierce Fury is saying, no, this is where we win. And Sake just dashes right in and gets it past Sloth to bring it up to 2-0.
Yeah, and TMCT, they must be quaking in their boots at this moment as Sake is MVP, and what do we see? A spark of focus. That should be the third spark going over to Zentaro, and what does Sloth answer that with? Maybe Rapid Fire? I don't know, I mean, it just doesn't seem like there's that many great options.
He does have to Rapid Fire just to keep it out of Drakkar's hands for the time being, but again, he has Missile Pop by Fight or Flight. It's just a winning draft for just Fierce Fury in general, even though now has to like kind of answer back with something to just keep it from scaling any further. It's still so hard to just keep it out of their hands.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all I can really say. It is really just a situation for TMCT, and wow, the double out thrust, but the kill comes out afterwards. Cookies, he's putting in some work too, but can they even convert off this? They get one barrier, and they're dribbling around looking for this second. The Maelstrom reinforcing them, but no second barrier to be found just yet. But now, Cookies, he gets it right as Fang respawns, and this is the moment TMCT need. They need to find this goal right here, right now. They don't want to let it turn back around in favor of Fierce Fury, because if it does, this is one of their best opportunities. They cannot squander this.
Yeah, and so far it's looking pretty good so far for TMCT, as they did get both barriers there. But again, you have to work for so much, and Sake just getting that flip in the second barrier too, opening the goal box right now for a not really positioned well team right now. TMCT are looking to try to equalize it, but right now they're not in the right position. As Sake, not even Sake, but Cookies with the flip again. He's found it, but you need to have more of those moments.
Yeah, Giovanni has been kind of playing on knife's edge, right, with his HP situation. If he died in any of those moments there, I guarantee you it's a Fierce Fury point, because it's because of how Sloth gets it back to Geo, and Geo finds a way to get it to Cookies, that they're able to even have a chance at scoring. And, well, we already see that, right, as Geo's taking so low, it's making it tough for them to even defend these barriers. It is one barrier piece, but it looks heavily Fierce Fury favored.
Yeah, and again, having just burn pumps in general, Giovanni's still looking really low, and the amount of damage being pumped on it is crazy. He basically gets KO'd, and even just the Sake flip into KO, into gold too. Straight up FF, as he points out right there, bringing Fierce Fury up another point, and it's looking really dire right now, actually.
Oh yeah, dire straits for TMCT indeed, and if you look at the energy situation, it's really not good, as there's a lot of damage on the side of Fierce Fury, but no energy to evade it with for TMCT. They don't even find that one barrier first, and the side of Fierce Fury defending so well, right? Atlas, Drakkar, really solid characters on the defense just because of their multi-hit capabilities and ability to make it so that the enemies cannot interact with the core. And wow, even through the lifeline, Geo still dies there.
Yeah, 3 sparks and Tara, what can you do? And even if it comes out, Sake would just give it even more pressure. I don't even know if, even if the 4th spark comes out, and if they do win the set, the Exodium might come out. So, straight up, it's kind of a lose-lose situation right now, as Sake is trying to bait out everything he can. Almost gets it through, does do the thing sorry for fun. And again, Zarhaina looking kind of low there. Cookie's trying to equalize the pressure by killing the other midfielder on the other side, but again, Feng and Zarhaina just pulling this down. So might have massacred it there, but Sake with the flip to get it out. But again, this is overtime so far. We need to see something happen right now, and there we go! Cookies with the bell ringer!
Ding, ding, ding! Cookies finds it with the bell ringer as he gets it to that top side. Even when Giovanni falls, Cookies steps up, and now look at the energy situation. TMCT may have their best opportunity in a while in this series so far, as Cookies and Sloth are both pretty much ready to flip.
Yeah, this is what we kind of need to see a Grand Finals reset here. Even though they're playing on their best map, it just completely shows how dominant they are, and if they can keep this performance up, this Grand Finals reset is looking really possible right now. But again, you have to get through this game first, and that's what Fierce Fury are trying to accomplish right now. Having one barrier already down, you just need to fight for the second one, as they are desperately trying to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the first flip by Cookies not really finding anything, but on the bright side, there are still 2 flips because Geo has found his way to build up to one without dying. Double flip actually burned there on defense, and they don't even get it cleared out very much. It just keeps staying in this midfield. And now, Sloth needs to be very careful, doesn't lose that barrier, so it's still alive. But now, looking at the flip situation for the other side, Fierce Fury is doing pretty well in that regard.
And again, Sake with flip here. He's just been putting Sloth in edge right now. Aaron not really being the greatest to defend against it in Sake. Brawlers get it done right here. Sending it to match point. And game 1 looks to be very, very poised to be taken by well, not even TSMT, Fierce Fury here.
Yeah, I mean, it is Fierce Fury's map pick, but they have looked so good, as we say time and time again. One barrier is taken out by TMCT, but reminder, this is an Atlas, right? Atlas doesn't care too much about losing one barrier. He only needs one to kind of keep the play alive. Arrow, on the other hand, really needs to keep just about anything she can alive, and she really struggles in this defense sometimes. It just barely goes by Sake, and now reminder, this would be game 1 point. As Geo, he's looking so low, he needs to be careful of his HP bar. The Molten Bolt is ticking on him, dodges away from the EI Rush. Fang, with the flip up, clears to that top corner. Geo needs to be so careful. Sloth looking for the rebound. Cookies, the strike war not won as Fang clears it. And now, both midfielders are actually looking pretty low with very little evade to work with.
But again, this is really dire right now. Even Cookie's getting the kill on Sake, resets the play for the time being. With flip up, he does find the bottom barrier here, and with no energy right now, he has to just shove it in. He almost does it with the bell ringer. Sloth pushes up. He has to find something right now. But the goal box is just so wide open, and Tentaran's error isn't the greatest thing you want to see just yet. As, oh my god, I don't even know what happened there. I think just the strike went through and Fang just couldn't get it, but that is first set for TMCT.
Yeah, the Bewitching Beam absolutely charming us as it charmed Sake. and it just passed up to Cookies, and Cookies, he found the angle. He made his shot, and, well, Zentaro has both Super Surge and Explosive Entrance available to him here, but there's also a Monu available, and the Atlas cannot deny it.
Yeah, and Cookies opting for just Stagger Swagger just to try to mitigate the damage, and Era trying to fight back with the Monumentalist, but the Zen here going Explosive Entrance, I think he just wants to just do damage in general. Like, even though Super Surge might work just for the ally rush, I think just in general his abilities would scale a lot further with Explosive, which he does take here. Really good so far, but again, this is 3 strikes entire, still have to work with, so again, you have to be worried about that damage capability, as we just saw right there, Giovanni being basically put to half health, almost back to none.
Yeah, and, well, TMCT already losing their first barrier. But reminder, right, this is the Monu now, right? This now is definitely going to start hurting with their own abilities, because it's not just Monu, it's also Siege Machine, which will make that hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, and the scaling is might what gets it done here, but again, they need to just convert in time, and Geo taking to stagger level right here has to back up and grab Ors for the time being, making Sloth defend for the time being. But again, the fact that they're building up so well right now, this is what could set this reverse sweep in motion, as Sloth somehow gets the kill on Sake. This is after the power play, and Fang basically 1v1 versus Cookies. They just need to win an interaction, as Cookies tries to KO too. He's basically poised to set to take this point, and he does. TMCT bouncing back right here.
Yeah, and I don't think that was Sloth. I think that might have been Geo who hit Sake as he was dashing off the map, and then he died to that, right? Because I don't think Sloth really has anything that he can use to kill it in that situation. But it doesn't matter, right? As we've moved on to this next point, and TMCT, they're looking pretty good. A good clear out by Sloth. He does trade one of his own barriers for an enemy's, but it does mean that the pressure has been relieved from his side of the court. Gets another good clear, just getting it up to Geo. But now he's in the worst of his situations, as the barrier is finally found. And now TMCT, they need to trade one back if they can.
Yeah, and so far, pressure's been going really, really great for Cookies right now. He's just trying to beat up Zentaro. Well, not Zentaro, but Zarhainov. But again, Sake is just winning these interactions for free. Like, currently, I don't think TMCT are, like, in the best mindset as of now. Like, they're currently down 2 sets. And they're also constantly getting just killed in general. So they might not be at the greatest in terms of mental right now. But again, you just need to keep calm in situations. A lot of these barriers are being taken for fun. And in the end, you just need to win the interaction. And so far, it's what it feels like they're trying to do it, but it's just not enough yet. As Sake is just finding the greatest tides to strike, and it ends up just being a complete loss for TMCT.
Yeah, it's possible this is kind of like a nerve situation, right? They were able to find it before, but now, right, they've seen how strong Fierce Fury has looked in the past little bit, and, well, it might be getting to them as they lose another interaction here, but Zarhainov might pay for it with his life, as Cookies doesn't even need to burn the flip for that, as he finds the first barrier, might flip for the second one, unless Fang flips here early. Geo looking to reinforce Cookies in the corner, but no reinforcement is being done, as Sake is buying so much space in the midfield, and Zarhainov now respawns, is looking for the kill on Cookies. Now Cookies, he wants this orb, won't really get it, but now the Stagger Swagger, he is regenning, but regen doesn't matter when a flip comes in from Sake.
Yeah, Sake putting this again at match point, and this is just looking so dangerous right now. Like, TMCT could still win this. Like, it's not out of the mindset. It's just that they need to just lock in, and they have been doing that so far. As one flip comes out, it does get the weight off, finds the barrier, even baits off Fang's flip, and again they just need to force it through the Atlas at one point, which they almost do. But again, this Era versus Zentaro just pick in general, it just feels so awkward. Because you're gonna end up losing so many interactions if you keep the strike ward down. Molten Bolt being able to cross it over and reset the play for Sake, who does find the first barrier too. And again, just in general, the amount of like play making that it takes for Fierce Fury to set themselves up with victory is just so prominent right now, as they're just holding down the barrier and also finding all the perfect times to just score it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, yeah, it's a lot of interaction wins a lot of stuff, but I think what needs to be found is the damage on someone on the side of Fierce Fury, right? Because that's why Geo is struggling in a lot of these situations, because he's the one taking so much damage. And we've seen, right, there have been a lot of times where TMCT finds good damage, and someone like Cookies or someone like Sloth is able to find these kills and then convert, right? And we see there, no damage is needed, but a good flip up to Cookies finds the tying points.
Yeah, and with that flip there, Energy Awakenings do go for Fierce Fury here, as they do lose the first barrier due to now Monumentalist, and again, they just need to keep this going. This pressure is so stable right now, and if they do bait out that one flip like Fang did right there, if they can get the second one off Sake, it might be what they need, as Giovanni just now Monumentalist is doing so much work at Cookies, pushing the corner somehow. Not really finding any value in that just yet, but TMT2 still have 2 barriers to work with, but they need life right now. Slav being put down to really low HP, might get killed by Sake, who does. Cookies in a 1v3 right now. He has to hold on for dear life, and it's just impossible. As Sake secures the last set, and that is game 1 for Fierce Fury.
Yeah, the damage coming through, making it so that TMCT cannot win out on this Night Market 4th set. And, well, it's not much left for Cookies to be able to do, as Fierce Fury takes game 1 against TMCT.
Yeah, and we can just see how many KOs that have been just dumped all over the board. Just, I mean, 11 KOs.
11 to 5, right?
Yeah.
Funny little situation. Only the brawlers in this game have been finding the actual KOs. And then, yeah, if you look at the redirect side of things, right, Geo was able to kind of keep the core redirected a bunch, but the damage coming in from the opposite side, right? 62k from Sake. I mean, yes, there's 59k on the opposite side from Cookies, but Zarhanif and Fang were still contributing a really good amount, too, to that damage, and making sure that Geo couldn't play, because, yes, there was a lot of damage coming from both sides, but Fierce Fury's damage was just focused on Geo to make sure that Geo would die.
Yeah, that's the main portion of just killing people, and again, just 60. I mean, you just look at the damage spread, 62k to 59k, and then just 26 to 19 and all the other stuff. It's just so oppressive. In the end, it does work out, but this is another map we're going to, Atlas Lab. One of the more better maps for TMCT to work on, because they have shown a lot of prowess on that map. So we're gonna see how this plays out, I think. So if it works out, then it works out in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a map that TMCT is a lot more familiar with, right? And they'd definitely be way happier to play that. And we'll have to see, right? Estelle Drakkar is something that we could see come out from TMCT, which has looked good. They could just opt for something like the Estelle Zentaro themselves, right? Make it so that Sake doesn't get the Zentaro, and there's a little less damage that'll come out all around, because, yes, Kazan is still pretty strong when it comes to that damage threat. X as well, but X is also just weaker on Atlas Lab compared to something like the Night Market. So I am very interesting to see how things will go.
Yeah, but this is just interesting in general. I don't know how these picks will come out, if they ever do, but still, just in general, they have just good. I mean, this is just good fundamentals right there. Just knowing when to just dump damage, and that's what Sake did. And
I think Awakening dependent Estelle will still be a very contested pick, right? Whether banned away, picked by Geo, picked by Czar, right? There's a chance that whoever's red side may just ban Estelle, right? Just to say, okay, we're not giving you guys the Estelle, right? Czar may be willing to play the Rune. He could play the Drakkar again, right? Aimee, Luna if he wants as well. There's still a lot of picks open to him. Not sure how things will go on the opposite side, right? Because Geo can play the Estelle, right? Pretty comfortable on the Kai, on the Now, on the Era as well. But I think for this map especially, his Estelle is so good that I feel like it's just... it should be banned or picked away.
yeah, I mean, they banned it first though. Like TNT, yeah, Fierce Fury did ban out the Estelle first. They even might ban it out again, but again, I mean, I've seen, well, I think we've seen Cookies, well, not Cookies, but Geo play something other than the Estelle. But again, just, I mean, I think he's kind of, I mean, does he, I mean, he plays now, right? Like, we just saw him play that game, but is he playing now consistently, though? That's a good question that we want
I think consistently enough, right?
Yeah.
As I said, right, I listed the picks that I think I've seen them play, like, multiple times. I think Geo has had some plays on a few other picks, but those really are the main ones to look out for.
Yeah, and again, if they just ban out the Estelle, it might work out in the time being. So who knows?
Yeah,
So
if they ban out the Estelle,
yeah,
it'll probably play pretty similarly, right? Because Geo, I'm not familiar with Geo's Rune or Geo's Aimi. I'm
yeah,
not sure how much, if at all, if he plays Juno, right? But forcing him onto one of those quote-unquote melee speed midfielders again, will kind of make it so that Fierce Fury has an easier time to damage dump him.
yeah. We have the draft up right now. It's Super Surge, rapid fire. If TMCT's having the blue side, so they might opt to ban Zentaro again because again, this draft looks so heavily on Zentaro right now. Like Super Surge, rapid fire, it's just so good. Even the X, like they can maybe opt into it, but it's still something that we can look forward to.
Yeah, and I mean, draft will be coming in pretty soon for the viewers, but yeah, we have Super Surge Rapid Fire. Pick bans will be getting started once the players are prepared, right? Possible we have maybe like a short break for the players, getting a little bathroom break. Fierce Fury might be a little tired after their first series and wanting to take a sec to recuperate even after their win, making sure they have the energy to close out this first series and bring us to a Grands reset, right? Um, so that will be. Okay, so Super Surge Rapid Fire, right? I think Estelle is still a very big prio in that draft, right? Aimi, I think, actually now jumps up to prio again, right? Because it's a Super Surge start. So I think the possibility might just be you ban Estelle, pick Aimi, right?
Yeah.
But then there's also the Rune, right? We could see
Like,
something like Kai Rune, Estelle Rune, something like that.
yeah, they actually opt to ban out Rune for Zarheinep, and again, Fierce
Oh, Rune
Fury.
Estelle.
Yeah, they just ban out the install entirely, and just making sure that you can't play a stall on this map is so heavy. Like, you guys been doing. I mean, in all of the matchups we've seen Fierce Fury, well not Fierce Fury, but TMCT play, they've played it still at least once in a series, right? And they've won that series. Or was
Mm-hmm.
it like played every single series? I don't remember that.
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we do have Rune Estelle coming in, and then the Drakkar picked up for Zarheinef, I think, recognizing that with Sloth's previous picks, it did struggle a lot against the Drakkar, right? Because the Drakkar just has a strike shotgun. He has the ability to win interactions basically for free, right? If he wants to win an interaction, he will just win an interaction. Now we have to see what comes out here, right? Because Drakkar's taken away, Rune's taken away from Cookies, right? So Cookies may play something more traditional in the brawler position, right? And we see the Atlas. Atlas, I think, is a great answer into Drakkar.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I mean, this is also just a ban off of Sloth, because Sloth likes to play Alice on this map, actually. Like, that's one of his more prominent picks on this map, so take it away, and also the Yaimi on this map as well. Like, you said earlier that
Yep.
Geo would play Yaimi, right?
No,
That
I'm
was
not
just like,
sure if Geo plays Aimi, but Zarheinef would play Aimi, right?
yeah, so this is a
This
Zara
is
Yaimi.
Fierce. Yeah, this is Zara Aimi, Fang Atlas, and the Drakkar. I mean,
Probably,
Geo can play Drakkar, but it is probably
probably
Cookies Drakkar.
Yeah, it could be. Because Sloth can easily do the one. Oh my god, I see a Luna up for grabs.
Ooh, I think this could be Geo Luna. No, 'cause
Oh,
I swear, I might be wrong, but I swear I have seen Geo pilot a Luna before. I could be completely off the mark, but I would not be against seeing a Geo Luna.
that could happen, but I think this game in general will be the okay. So, a lot of things rest upon this game right now,
Mm.
and those things are, for example, that if TMCT can't find an actual win with their Estelle banned, it might be cooked. Because now Fierce Fury will just ban out every time they play Estelle. And again, Cookies with the traditional brawler pick, but if they can't find a win, like right here, right now, with this, it might be over, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
When so
But yeah,
much
no, we
get
see the Kazan for Sake, right? I've been missing the Kazan, man. because TMCT Fury, this is a matchup I want to see the Kazan in this, right? Because Kazan is, Sake and Cookies, I would say, are two of the best, if not the two best Kazan forwards in EU, right? And I just feel like for that reason, we've been missing a little more Kazan than I've hoped to see, and finally, the Kazan enjoyers get to rejoice. But looking at the opposite side, right? This is probably Drakkar goalie with Luna midfield, but there is always a world where it could be Sloth on the Luna.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen basically Moni Village, I think. I think that was that one game. I don't remember if he did any other ones.
I think he's played it on Atlas Lab once, but definitely, I can definitely agree. Oni Village, I have seen him at least once, maybe twice, playing Drakkar. But hey, maybe Sloth is just padding his stats, adding extra goalies to the pitch, right? This would be number 9 for the season if he plays this Luna.
Let's go. I mean, can't wait to see it actually. So, I mean, this could be what this can be the deciding factor of who wins and who doesn't. I mean, a lot just rests on TMCT right now. If they can't manage to edge out a win, then it would mean that the win con against this team is just Banastel.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is that if this Luna starts to perform spectacularly, that is now another worry for Fierce Fury. Like, the Luna exists. We cannot just ban Estelle out, right? We have to deal with this Luna too. And I think that's kind of what happened previously when Czar pulled out the Luna once, right? Originally, that was an issue, right? Looks like, I guess, on stream we do have a visual bug, right, with names. Question is are we going to see some sort of restart, or are we going to just run with it? Not 100% sure, but just looking at gears really quickly, right? Super Surge on Zentaro and Aimi, everyone else opting for Rapid Fire. Once again, double Mag Souls for Fierce Fury, while TMCT opts for Siphoning Wand on Cookies.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, in general, just the amount of kills. Fierce Fury opening up really strong with just the opening kill, and again, this is something we want to see really quickly, and let's see if they can hold on for the time being. They do actually, as Sake is even brought to a really low stagger, and again, they just have to fish through and hopefully find something to equalize the game. But again, this is Fierce Fury we're talking about. This is a team that will not relent to keep going on, and they will not stop until they've won the game. And we see right here, both barriers being taken for one barrier being taken for both sides. And already, Geo just coming back though, he's so low. Like I mean, just Rapid Fire and Super Surge have been doing so much damage to him at least, to where he has to kind of worry about his health, as he does right there. And a backwards KO does come out, but again, this is a 2v2 situation with both flips up for Fierce Fury as they look for the back pass as well.
Yeah, and they do bait out the Cookies flip with that back pass. Cookies looking for some damage on Zarhinef as well. Zarhinef is looking really low. Slice and Dice not enough to KO him, but the boost actually almost KOing him. Now Cookies is the one who looks pretty low, as there is an Atlas Resurrection on the other side offering some healing, but now Cookies has to back off, get this orb, baits out the top spin, and now looks like there's no real abilities to kind of help with this finish, but the core really just seems to be pretty even for both sides now.
Yeah, and even though core might be even, health is not actually, as Sake being staggered now might be looking to be fished for a kill if they can find it. But again, Fang he still has flip available, so even if he dies, it's not the end of the world just yet. But again, he almost will be killed there. Unfortunately, that first Luna missile won't be able to find him just yet. And again, he's back to not being staggered, but still, the fact that he has no evade yet is just so damaging towards this comp. And even Zarhinef being almost KO'd is just so damaging. And there we go, Cookies with the first point there, and even taking out Fang's flip.
Yeah, I mean, Geo so crucial for that, because I don't know if anyone caught that, but Geo did find the hit stun with the missile on Fang, right? And that missile made it so that Fang couldn't walk down soon enough to get this flip, right? Now, one other thing I do want to point out as well is how Sloth has been piloting this Drakkar, right? it's been really similar to how Zarhynif piloted it last game in midfield, right? Because what Zar would do, he would basically make it so that the enemy was in kind of a lose-lose situation where he would be able to guarantee win that interaction with Shotgun. Now, Soft is doing the same infuriating thing against Fierce Fury, making it so that you cannot really win interactions against me. We're going to force you to go through me, and I will just strike Shotgun to guarantee win that interaction.
And it does work out in the end, as both barriers, both are standing for that point, and again, Cookie is just doing the best he can. This is just basically why this map is so strong for TMCT, as they're doing so much and putting in so much pressure. Even Sake, looking low himself, might be getting killed here. If they do find it, though, they unfortunately are unable to find it. But again, just a slice and dice to take him off the map, sets up another power play for TMCT here, and Sloth with flip as well as Giovanni here. We'll be seeing a use of that sometime soon, but it's whether or not they can get it through, as they almost do.
And yeah, good damage coming in on Fang, right? Forcing him to burn the expanse, burn the projection, and now his HP bar is getting so low, he is staggered. Soft might need to burn this flip, and the flip up to Cookies. Cookies with a great angle finds that second barrier, and Fang is taken off the map. Zarhynif is staggered, and that's set one going to TMCT.
Let's go, TMCT finding the win con right there, just being able to damage, and again, Zentaro just completely cracked in this patch here, as Siphoning Wand does come over, even perfect form too, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I mean, perfect form, Super Surge, Siphoning Wand, Zentaro. We have a Blade Master in the chat, and the Luna also getting Deadeye. I think this is exactly what the side of TMCT wanted.
I think TMCT are just completely winning in this draft here, and even though Sake might just get a spark out of it, well, Sake, not Sake, but Zarhynif getting a spark, and Sake getting size out of this draft. It's not the end of the world just yet, but you have to go through perfect forms entire, and it's going to be a monumental challenge, as he's been doing so much damage in that first set. It might come down even faster, as Zarhynif has to walk away from the play a little bit, having Fang to burn the cosmic, basically just the astral advance. But again, just the fact that you have to worry about so much damage being dumped out in a very short amount of time is just so damaging.
Oh, I see what you did there, but the other thing to keep in mind, right, is yes, we have that on the offensive side, but the defensive side, you have Sloth with heavy impact, right? And Drakkar is a character, right? Reminder, it is not impact abilities, it is abilities that hit multiple targets. And very often, you will be hitting the core and someone with that lock and load. So that cooldown is really going to be decreased, and we see that there. And we see a second kill for the side of TMCT. They just have to play this smart, and if they play this smart, they'll be able to find it. They get the second barrier, and now Cookies, he's just waiting with the flip. Sake has respawned, and so will Zarhynif. And it might be enough to buy Fierce Fury the space they need. The flip coming out by Cookies, answered by Zarhynif defensively, but the EI rush is not enough to be defended by Fierce Fury.
Yeah, and just the 3v1 power play right there just completely shows true dominance of how this comp is just doing damage. And even, I mean, Geo taking Luna might have just been the saving grace right there again. Even though it was a damage comp, we've seen time and time again where he's been using his abilities like properly in the right spots, and it's just been crazy to see how even without a Stell, this midfielder is doing so much work, as both barriers are found with a great positioning of the core there. And again, Fierce Fury have to work through this with Giovanni, with flip up as well. He might be using it somehow, and even though Sake tries to go for the kill, it's just not found just yet, and Giovanni gets that ult out, well, not the ult out, but the flip out in time to just send it right back into the offensive pressure for TMCT.
Yeah, now bear in mind, right, Geo needs to be very careful. He burned that flip, which means he doesn't have the energy left. But the one who does have energy is Cookies, as he flips it, looks for the top side, doesn't really find it, as Zarhynif, he's blinking to that bottom side to make sure he can cover that cross. And now Sloth, he's the one with the flip and might need to use it on this defense. As Sake, he continues to win these strike wars, flips to the top side, but the cross map boost as Geo finds it.
Yeah, Geo, I mean, I just said it earlier again. The fact that he can ban out I mean, this is just a saving grace right now. If he can't ban out a Stella, Geo will play Luna, and this is where he will shine right now. As TMCT are up basically 2 points and almost up the set, up another set here, as Soft is working his way around. But again, keep in mind the energy is on the side of TMCT right, well, not TMCT, but Fierce Fury right now, as they have 2 flips up, but it might not be for longer, as Sake is looking really low here. He might have to burn his energy burst. He does But Zarhainov, again, he had to get the Atlas throw his ult out, and unfortunately Sake will be fallen off the map here, sending another 2v3 power play for Fierce, well, not for Fierce Fury, but for TMCT. And again, if they can find these opening points and opening kills here, it might be just what they need to bring this out of reach.
Yeah, and I mean, so much damage coming onto the members of Fierce Fury. Cookies gets some damage drop back onto him, and Fang does burn that flip, but there's a double KO in favor of TMCT. But remember, this is Fang. This is number 1 or number 2 goalie, but he still isn't able to defend this as it's just a 3v1, right? And Cookies has the flip right in front of his face.
Oh my god, that's just masterclass work by Giovanni right there. I think he just got both kills there. He boosted and then he immediately missiled and got the second kill here as he does take it. And oh my god, extra special on the board as well. This is just a winning draft.
Yeah, very winning draft as now you have a Deadeye extra special Luna, which is a very disturbing pickup, and then the fight or flight may just fall to this Zentaro, right? And it does, right? Not taken away by Fang. I guess the Kazan gets more size, and that could be pretty important. But remember, this is a Drakkar, right? The Drakkar is going to continue to win these interactions with the lock and load, which is very annoying. But there are 2 sparks on Zarhainov at least.
Yeah, and there's one more spark in rotation, I'm pretty sure. The spark of strength going over. It's in that draft, but still, yet the spark of agility is still up for grabs as Zarhainov has been fighting the enemy so well so far, as long as he doesn't get killed off the map. And again, Sake having to pay for his life to take that barrier as TMCT open up with another power play, and Fang trying to just push up in order to keep this defense going, not to make sure it gets to the barrier, but instead Cookies just fighting the great passing play to Geo just makes that impossible to score. And again, if they can just find this, if Zarhainov can just get it to Sake with the just double size in general, this might be a turning point. But again, you have to get there. Getting there is only half the battle, as Giovanni looking pretty low though. You might be looking for it, but again, Cookies with the passive dash, just the top side, just saves Giovanni right there.
Yeah, I mean, not only do you have to get there, you also have to get through Sloth, right? Sloth is just going to continue to win these strike interactions against Zarhainov, and I guess that is really why they opted for this Drakkar first pick once the Estelle was banned, right? It's a good flex pick, and it's also just very good for winning these interactions, and we see that there, right, on the defense, as he won one and then sends it over to that offense, and we might just see a double barrier here.
Yeah, and it does come out, and again, Slav just, he just has all the shotgun blasts in the world here, right? Primetime rapid fire too, on the board right now. And again, Cookie just has to slice and dice, even has Fang to burn the flip. And again, just you can't just get through Slav right now. Sake just tried to do something and just couldn't get it through. And again, this is what you need to look out for TNCT. You just need to have that win con of being able to just stuff out Kazan, even if you have so many abilities up for grabs. But so far, it's looking really dangerous as Sake finds the top spin, has the flip up. He has to save it, but he doesn't opt to use the flip, and it's good for the first point for Fierce Fury.
And I mean, I feel like this is completely okay for the side of TMCT. They say, okay, sure, it's 1 point, whatever. Sloth keeps his flip, right? It means that he has more pressure, because we have seen time and time again, TMCT has really good pressure on this offense, and if they have one more tool, then that's great. And yeah, once again, no barrier even drops there. We finally see one barrier into the reverse Sad Boys angle, and the barrier finally drops, and Sake drops as well, but there's still 2 barriers of leeway for Fierce Fury for the next 8 seconds.
Yeah, and again, Cookies and Slop not really taking as much damage as they want to here, but need to be careful right here in playing this out. And Cookies, even with almost flipped though, Sake comes back online and does take him off the map for the time being. Again, this is what they need to secure it. If they're able to secure the second goal, this might be what's happening, but Sloth just holding it down. Soa and Geo with the layered strikes as well. Geo opted to burn the flip, but again, Sake just with size, the crooked leverage, just yanking the core away, and sending to the bottom side where it's currently match, well not match, but set points for Fierce Fury.
Yeah, I mean, a great crooked leverage to deny the flip by Sake, and we may see more of those plays. Surprised he even had that energy enough to dodge that extra special Deadeye nuke, but we see another barrier drop and almost the goal, right? Fierce Fury, they're not happy with how this started, and they want to close this set 3 out.
And currently, it's so far looking so good right now as Sake is trying to just pump damage, and it's up to Cookies and Geo to force it through Fang with Flip too. He just hasn't been getting interactions done, and the fact that he has so many abilities still up for grabs means that these will have a hard time just getting it out in time. But so far, it's something we need to look at. And again, if Cookies can just find this without Giovanni something just getting like completely bullied right now, it might be the saving grace as Geo is just stuck in the corner and Sloth having to just try to win the 1v1 is let Sarhainov be wide open for that free glitch pop into the goal as Sake takes MVP of this third set.
Yeah, Sake taking MVP, but what is there really for him? I mean, I guess the Catalyst is pretty good. Stagger Swagger is solid. I mean, maybe he wants the Explosive, right, to give him more reach on the map. But no, yeah, opts for the Stagger Swagger, makes it so that Geo can't opt for it himself. And I guess as a result, Geo opts for the Catalyst, right, giving himself free energy if they start to farm him.
And again, then he has to offer the second dash, which isn't really the greatest you want to see on his entire, but maybe he can put it to good use. He's able to dash farther and able to cover a lot more ground now, but this is not a great draft for Centaur. He kind of just nerfed himself there, but let's see how well he can deal with it as one barrier falls so far.
Yeah, I mean, he had the option to take the Dead Awakening if he wanted to, but I guess he'd prefer to have the second dash range as opposed to the Dead Awakening, so not 100% sure what he plans to do with it, but it could come in clutch, right? We've seen the power of unexpected plays really come in to help players even at this level of play.
Yeah, and I guess that could do. I guess the extra dash, what the dash range for his passive strike might help as it does clear that for the time being. But again, there's something you just need to worry about. That Zen having 2 dashes also means that he has a lot more impact ability as he's basically able to put Sake in a little bit of a bind here. But the one really putting a bind is Geo as he has to play for his life right now, getting just the evade in general, and that dash might be a little bit too far for Cookies as he basically just overshoots the barrier for fun. And again, Sloth has just to work through the Kazan, and it's just impossible to do if you're just getting battered like that, like how Geo is being battered.
Yeah, I mean, Geo has the Catalyst. He can use it to continually evade, make sure that he's not under full threat of anything, really. But he'll still be under some threat, right? He'll be alive, but he'll be battered and bruised, as you said, right? He will be unable to contribute to a lot of these plays.
And again, just a heads up for reference, that last spark of agility hasn't fallen out yet. So if they win this, if PS3 have win the set, they have a win condition in basically Exodia Aimiya Sake. Well, not Sake, but Sarhainov pushes Cookies into the orb and does find the kill too, bringing up another power play, even though it's 2 seconds left. It comes really close as Sake burns the flip too. He's looking to set this, he's starting to set up for another play here as Ivy Turret comes in, just showing so much damage into him. As Sake with the top spin just completely stuffs out Sloth's flip. And that's currently 2 points up for Fierce Fury.
Yeah, Fierce Fury, they want to kind of take us to a grand final reset if they can. Right, and it's looking to be that way if this momentum continues. A great flip out by Fang. Geo counter flips to make sure he just at least doesn't die, and that's 1 barrier, maybe 2. Good save out by Sloth on the defense. Now Cookies, he needs to play his life. He needs to be so careful. Opts for that Oni's Blade there to make sure he can live for at least a little longer. Sake, he wants to finish him off, but realizes he has to help a little bit on his defense with how Geo has been playing. There's that second barrier. It finally falls, and Geo, he pays for it with his life. Now, Cookies, you have to make some sort of play. You have to help Sloth on this defense if you can. A great EI rush on the defense. The crooked leverage kind of stuffed away by Cookies. Now, Cookies, he has this flip. He can use it. Maybe find a goal. Maybe find a barrier. Just anything. But all 3 members of Fierce Fury, they walk back on this defense.
Yeah, and that's just the powers of having max souls. You're able to just walk back on defense, walk back on offense. And again, the stun from Sake stuns Geo from even getting close to that turret. And that's our Heinef putting it in for a set 5. And if Fierce Fury, well not Fierce Fury, but if TMCT can't turn this around, it might look like it's gone. Like if they can't somehow put it in the goal, it might be over. But Sloth and Fang have been holding it down so well that it's really hard to tell whether or not who would win in this draft, or just win the game in general.
Yeah, and I feel like this is probably a slight win. Already with the missile prop getting picked up for Fang, the 1-2 punch is going to be even more damage. I guess you have the hot shot on the other side for Luna, which is pretty good, and Aerials is more range. And then Cookie's getting stacks, right? Between Cookies and Geo, Cookies has actually been dying a lot less than Geo, right? So the stacks I think is a little more valuable, which is, it's surprising considering brawlers on average do die a little bit more. But Fierce Fury, their whole game plan is just kill the midfielder, right? And well, if they're gonna keep killing the midfielder, that means the brawler will be at less threat of damage.
Yeah, that might be game. It might be the CCT's game plan as well, as our High does fall there, and Cookies with a great dash opts to secure the barrier as the 2v3 power play does come back to a 3v3 as Giovanni is looking pretty low here.
Oh.
There's another kill, and our High the second time he's died this point. And again, Cookies and Giovanni both with flip up flying as well, but Sake has to help on this defense really quickly as Giovanni opts to burn the flip here. Fang as well here, and again, just the commitment to the point being scored is swapping Cookies there, opting for the Oni's blade and also just the shotgun blast in general to just send it home. And this is the TMCT we're talking about. We need to see more of these plays coming online.
Wait, can we talk about that for a sec? That was insane. The Oni's blade to kind of stall it out, and then Sloth kind of just putting it in with that lock and load. Just a great show of teamwork from TMCT.
And that's what they see more of, and that Ari Rush definitely putting on a lot of pressure right now as Cookies is thrown off the map. But Sloth has something to say about it, so does Geo as he finds a second barrier himself. Midfielder is trying to get it done so far, and let's see if they can do it here in the 2v3 power play. Currently, Geo and Sloth fighting for their lives here as our hideout comes up out with a flip. He does have to flip, but he used to burn it. That's unfortunate, the timing. And again, they're holding it down so well. TNCT have been putting on the pressure and just trying to just keep it away from Sake and Zarhina with the amount of damage they've been doing so far. It's coming down to the last wire, and it's just basically who can score first. And so far, the midfielders are trying to help, but it's just impossible to get it through.
Yeah, and then it just goes down, right? Geo, his flip was not built in time. He was so close to flip for basically that back half of the point, and then he just could not find it. And because of that, it meant that Fierce Fury could close out on that point, and we are now even in this set 5.
And again, they just need to find it. Again, Cookie's opting to burn the flip and all to get the core right past and into that great spot where they find the double barrier too, but Cookie's looking low himself. Again, Geo opting to burn the flip. He doesn't get it through just yet, but Sake still with flip. And in general, just the amount of pressure that's been being put on by Team TT, they just need to confirm. They haven't been doing that so far, but if they can do it once, they can surely do it again. As one barrier does fall on the opposite side, even 2 barriers too. And this is just it's just a brawl right now. Whoever can get it first does get it first, but nerves are running high, and so does that flip as Sloth opts to burn the flip and doesn't find any value in it, however.
Yeah, now Sake needs to be careful with his own life. Cookie's trying to finish something, but finish does he do to the core as he gets it. And now TMCT are up 2-1 in this set 5.
Match point on the horizon right now, and this is looking to be a shootout. If they can find momentum, they will take it, and it's what exactly TMCT are trying to do right now. But again, this is a hard nut to crack, and if they aren't able to get it through, it's just, again, you just need to look for the opportunities. And so far, both teams have been capitalizing on it, but scoreboard shows so far that TMCT have been doing a little bit of a better job.
Yeah, definitely so. And well, with the open goal for TMCT, it's going to be looking really dangerous for them, right? It means that Geo isn't able to play nearly as aggressively as he wants to. He is forced to walk back a little bit. And I mean, one barrier, double barrier might have something to say about that. Geo with the flip. Cookies dies, but the strike to the top side. Geo finds it, and we're tied 1-1 in the series.
Oh my goodness, just I want to talk about that Zentara, classic Zentara lore right there, just dashing into your death. But Geo on the Luna, this is what you need for TNCT, just a little bit of a breath, just a gasping breath for air, as your Estelle has been banned. And again, just having the amount of this just sets up a lot of things. This sets in motion so many things, as now you have to worry about Giovanni picking up the Luna instead of the Estelle, and this is a turning point. This is a very large turning point.
Yeah, very large turning point indeed. And well, I think out of anything for TMCT, that is like an insane motivation spike for them, right? Their mental has to be at an all-time high after just the sheer way that game ended, right? Because it was looking really doomed the moment that Cookies dashed to his own death. And then Geo, he just kind of channels his inner aura and scares everyone as he gets that single strike.
I mean, classic Blue Lock, I am an egoist, and I will score that goal to the top side, and there we go. We set it up to 1-1 currently, as this has been the most exciting matchup so far, even though in the regular, I mean, do you think, I mean, you were casting the regular season game, do you think that this is more hype or less hype than when TMTT initially won versus Fierce Fury?
I mean, considering the stakes, maybe very slightly more hype, but just the fact that back then, Fierce Fury had yet to drop a series at all, I'd argue that back then may have even been more hype, right?
Yeah.
And, well, with that in mind, I want to see maybe a grand final reset, right? I want to cast a second series today, right? That is what I am excited to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very excited to cast another series. I mean, this has been the moment of anyone's life right now, as TMTT are looking to basically make history as the first team to dethrone Fierce Fury for real this time. As, again, you said earlier that Fierce Fury didn't drop a single series in EUSL Season 1, and great, just a giant turnaround in general, like, Fierce Fury being 5-2 and the third seed for that matter, as TMTT are now the first seed and taking that place from Fierce Fury.
Yeah, and the teams, I guess they are getting ready. Draft should hopefully start soon, right? We are going to be going to Clarion Test Chamber as the map 3 for this series. I don't doubt that no matter what awakenings we have, Estelle and Rune will probably be banned once again, right? Estelle probably being that Geo special, unless we see something like maybe a Deadeye start or something, right? We may see, we could see something like Estelle getting banned and then Luna getting picked up for Zarhainif, right? As a quote-unquote deny away from Geo, right?
Yeah.
We could see maybe an Atlas getting pinched, but I think both goalies are very willing to play the Atlas and just happy to say, yeah, I'll deny it away from you, I'll just pick it, right?
Yeah.
The possibility is the Rune could fall into that too, right? Because this would be Fierce Fury's side selection, and if they opt for something like, if they opt for red side, right? Or if they opt for blue side and don't pick up the Rune could just be picked up by Cookies, right?
Yeah, and Cookie's Rune is like just so strong. I mean, we've seen it so many times to where we kind of just glaze it at that point, but it's really good. It's probably it's just a very good pick for him, even if he's not playing that brawler role in the like the way you play it, you know.
Hey, it's not brawler, it's scorer in that case.
Scorer, yeah.
And regardless, right? The Rune scorer has definitely been a treat. I think out of everything this season, it's just been a treat to watch how a lot of these players play Rune, right? Because it's not just Cookies, right? Venom has had a really great Rune, Zarhainif has had a really great Rune. There have just been so many great Rune players in EU. And I mean, one I'll also shout out, which maybe gets a little less mention and probably won't be mentioned today, is Grim, right? Grim has had a great Rune this season too.
Yeah, I mean, even though they fell out really quickly, it's just
hard
to go. And as draft started already, we see Primetime Hotshot as our starting awakenings. And a Juno band coming out from Fierce Fury here. I mean, do you know anyone that plays Juno on this team?
Not particularly, but I know a team that loves to ban Juno. That is Fierce Fury, right? Fierce Fury, one of their go-to bans is Juno. As I said, right, last season in EUSL Season 1, they never banned anything except Juno. Juno was their ban every single game they played, right? And the ban on the opposite side for TMCT is the Drakkar, right? Recognizing that they won't have the chance to pick it up themselves, right? They want to ban this Drakkar away because of how infuriating it is. And the Estelle getting picked up for Fierce Fury for Zarhainif, this also leaves the rune open, and wow, okay, it's just going fast, right? The rune is instantly picked up, right? Atlas picked up for Sloth, rune picked up for likely Cookies, perhaps Geo. I think more likely is that we'll see Geo on something like the Kai with rune going over to Cookies. But we'll have to see how the rest of this draft plays out, because I think now things are starting to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes to complete stop right there as our High Knife instantly locks into Estelle. And I'm actually very, very curious. Oh, wait, whoa. Hold on. Wait, no, wait, this might be Fang Estelle. This is Fang Estelle and then Zarhina Farah. And then it probably will maybe a next
I
pick?
don't know. Not sure, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Zarhina play ESL.
Well, both of them have played both, right?
Yeah.
And, well, okay, I think I've seen Zarhina maybe on Era like once or so. it is possible that either Fang expects this to be Rune forward and he wants to play Era into Rune, or the other option is that they're just picking Era Estelle and they're just choosing to flex it whichever way they want, depending on what the forward is for TMCT. I think that is more likely.
And here we go with this entire pick out, and last pick up for TMCT. I actually wonder how they're going to mesh this together, because this is two creations.
Hey, I said Kai. I'll see if the Kai comes out.
If the Kai comes out, it's actually the Luna again. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
We're back for round 2, baby. Let's see if Geo. This is a very monumental point for Geo right now. Like, if he somehow finds another win, it's gonna be so cool. Like, we haven't seen this guy off Estelle all the time, and now if he is able to get it through, oh my goodness, this might be what makes history right here.
Because the other thing to keep in mind, right? Game 2, right? Picks up the Luna. It looks pretty solid, and then it starts to falter. And then when he starts getting the hot shot, right? This Luna starts to look so good when he picks up this hot shot, and I don't doubt he'll pick it again, right? He'll probably pick up this hot shot again, and it's good CD, but it's also just great core speed, and especially against something like an Era. Era really struggles against core speed.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with, I mean, even the KO plus core speed as well, as we basically saw with Night Market Game 1. Like, in general, just the fact that Sloth couldn't handle the, I mean, even with the damage, he wasn't even killed. I don't think he was killed once in that game, but again, Geo falling and just leaving him alone with a Drakkar and a Zentaro in his dead is just so detrimental to how Era basically functions as we just want to create good strike warriors for the midfield, but it ends up just being, I mean, strike warriors in midfield and the goalie as well. Like, we just want to be able to have a winning strike warrior and be that fundamentally focused, but it ended up being like just a complete bust in general.
Yeah, that's true. And now I am curious, where is the Era going versus where is the Estelle going, right? Maybe they also recognized this core speed could be problematic. We might have to put this Estelle as goalie, right? Or maybe they're just going to run the Era goalie and then just
Era
run Estelle
goalie
midfield.
right there.
And yeah, okay. We see the Era goalie. I'm curious to see, right, how this plays out, right? Because one thing I remember is the time that TMCT beat Fierce Fury earlier this season. Fang was also on Era, and it was on Oni Village, but a lot of the reason he lost is the core kind of moving past him. He's not able to cover everything.
Yeah, this is the run back right here. This is a much slower map. And except for the bouncy house, of course. We love the bouncy house. I'm even starting the bouncy house too. Oh my goodness, I might have called it. As we look at we look at Gears here. Fang opting for the strike shot. I think he notices that it's gonna be a slower match and he doesn't even have to go the mom boots route.
It could be that, but I think the other more likely thing is that he recognizes that, yeah, otherwise Era really doesn't have any great options to deal with the core kind of moving all around her on this map. And, well, that strike shot will definitely come into use, right? And wow, Geo already taken off the map, and Zarhina soon to follow as he gets staggered. We are seeing a 3v2, but again, this is the bounce house, right? If you just keep clearing it around these corners, it'll make it so that no play can happen. And a play actually happens despite the power play. It's a barrier for TMCT. They lose their own, but Sloth has the flip now for defense.
Yeah, and so does Zarhina. He's actually opting to evade the nuclear warhead coming down on him, as both goalies do have a core flip up for grabs right now. And I feel like Sloth is a little bit more favored in this interaction because again, you just have that happening, and unfortunately, I don't think a lot of reaction time tests will be able to save that as Cookies finds the immediate pillar, just throwing Fang off guard. But again, this is balancing house castle only, with the court just goes so fast. So I think Sloth will have, well, not Sloth, but Fang will have such an easier time just dealing with all of the court speed that's been going on.
Well, hey, now that we have a second to relax on a slightly slower map, can kind of mention, right, it is double mag souls, once again, for Fierce Fury. Only single mag souls with Cookies opting for the slick kicks, and then Primetime on Era with Hotshot on everyone else.
Yeah, Primetime, I don't think Hotshot really works that well for her. I think just Primetime in general is just a better option to take, as both barriers almost do falling though. Sloth actually losing his barrier, which is unfortunate, but Zarheinif and Fang, they both have a flip up, so surely we might see something that might happen. Well, not might happen, but probably will happen actually.
Cookies, that was so good. The banish into the pillar onto that barrier, so well played, but Cookies, he pays for it with his own life, and now Sloth in the 1v1, the pierce through by Zarheinif, and Sake, he is ready to catch it even if Sloth manages the clear.
Yeah, and just, even the stun doesn't work out. I even had Hotshot on that, so it was basically unclearable by any means, but we just have to worry about this and how this will play out, because this is still very early on, and Primetime and Hotshot are basically just, they're kind of just standard awakenings. We haven't seen anyone really scale just yet, but so far it's looking not that great in terms of just the amount of core control that's been going on, because it seems like TMCT have a better core control game currently. Like, even though they're getting hammered down by this corner offense right now, it still looks like they've been having a little bit of a better time maintaining core control, as basically they just take the second barrier right there.
I mean, hey, that's what happens, right, with a character like Era. When you start to push up to make some of these plays for your team, you really struggle on this defense, right? With stuff like Atlas, maybe you can throw a primary backwards, right? But a lot of Era's abilities are too slow for that. And wow, what a boost, ricocheting back onto the pillar by Cookies, which actually got time to form and then goes in.
Yeah, and that just sounds right. They're giving us set points again for TMCT again. And it just kind of just shows how that first game, it might have been a fluke, but so far both teams are holding their own right now, as a lot of pressure is coming onto Cookies. Not even to Cookies, but Giovanni, as he just gets Maelstrom off the map, and Sake bringing the flip for the barrier too. Fang even pushing him to try to get it through, but a little gap just sends Sloth into a frenzy as he couldn't save it in time, and that's 0.5 for the first set.
And I mean, I think that is the best example of if you give Sake an inch, he'll take a mile, right? As that little gap was found by Sake, and well, he definitely capitalized off of it. And now TMCT, they were looking to capitalize off of that nuke bounce to the bottom side, but unfortunately for them, it was saved out by the members of Fierce Fury, and now they have to worry about their own defense as Cookies and as Zarheinif and Sake are starting to push up. A great hit stun by the boost from Geo, and now it's an open net in favor of TMCT, but what's not in favor is the numbers disadvantage, as Geo pays for it with his life.
And again, this is something we have to look forward to. Like, if they can find more kills, it might be good for them, but so far, as Geo comes back online, he might have a great impact as he's basically pushed up yet again, and even though he gets KO'd yet again, the save from the Atlas res puts him up for the time being and lets Cookies have a chance to obtain that core flip. Again, that core flip is very, very scary. You don't want to be anywhere near this, as he basically just goes for the KO on Sake, now in a 2v3 position. Sloth with flip, Geo using the boost to try to reposition himself a little bit better. Has to find anything to get it through, and Cookies with the flip gets it right past the arrow, and that is set 1 for TMCT.
Yeah, TMCT finding the set 1 Sloth MVP. We want to see something like a twin drive. We want to see, yeah, perfect form would be a great option. Missile prop could be a pretty solid option, but I'd argue you might want to leave that up for later to just give Luna even more options to deal damage. But no, opts for it himself, as it's also just such a great defensive tool, because it means that you can also just defend from so much further away. And then the extra special denied, the cast last denied. This means the perfect form, while a deny, is also still really good for Rune. And Luna's left with Among Titans was relatively solid, right? We saw what Among Titans did for Venom Yami in some of the past series, and it'll definitely be even better as now Cookies being the scorer, he gets even more size to play the game as Rune.
Yeah, and back to the Bouncy House Castle yet again. Not a really great map for Era, but still, it's looking really solid so far as Geo finds the first barrier with a great missile. And now it's just back and forth right now as both teams are looking to try to bring this to a close right now. But so far, it's Fierce Fury who are capitalizing really well, finding both barriers onto Sloth.
Yeah, they find both barriers and almost find the goal, but a great evade by Sloth means he's able to save the core while also not paying for it with his life. And a good banish out by Cookies means that Zarheinif is out of the play, which leaves Fang in that 1v1, which he'll definitely lose in that case. And now Fang has to find a way to defend this onslaught of abilities from Geo and Cookies, but it just drops over to the other side, and now Sloth is the one who's in a little bit of danger.
There's just so much going on, and the amount of speed that's been taking this map by surprise is just so hard to control. And again, the core does slow down for a little bit, but again, it's just who can get it in there first. You can just sink the core. We're speeding, its axes are high enough there, catching Sloth off guard. The astral projection not enough to catch the core, and it just slides right through.
Yeah, really just sliding right through, right? Sloth not fully paying attention, but hey, that is the nature of this Bouncy House Castle, right? Goalies will indefinitely struggle with this map just because of how volatile it can be. And now as we move over to Project Xeno, right, there is one barrier taken apiece, second barrier soon to be taken off of an unfortunate side streets bounce, but a great shadow swap from Cookies saves it for the time being.
And even Zarheinif accidentally burning that flip, I think it's just a motion flip right there, and the amount of pressure that's been coming on so far is what could win the game for TMCT, and so far they've been putting up damage, but it's about kind of having to confirm as Cookies is forced to back off for the time being, as Giovanni is forced to basically take his spot. And with the Among Titans, it's not really a great thing you want to see, as he basically has no size to play against the Era, and Era just being able to stand in a position where she could just easily get it through could be what sends Fierce Fury home here.
Yeah, but who needs size when you have speed, right? That's why this Luna has been doing pretty well with this Among Titans, right? She's been using her abilities pretty well, and then just using the speed to make sure that she stays on this map, right? Because it's Among Titans plus Mag Souls. That gives you, I think, roughly about 600 speed or so. Yeah, 644 is what we see there. And Geo is using that so well as he's moving around the map. And almost a demon angle found out by Cookies, but it does, thankfully for Fang, get saved.
Yeah, and Fang has to flip here. Does opt to burn the flip. Good save by him. Myself also burst to burn the flip. Almost, what a crazy angle. Almost takes his own barrier. And still, the fact that he has to deal with this and the point's been going on for so long is just so hard to control, as overtime is kicked out right now as Cookies trying to look for something. Does banish Zarheinif, and Zarheinif now with nothing.
Wow.
Means that Cookies is able to sneak past Fang with a boost into solid redirect here. The 50-50 being lost, and now TMTT bouncing back with another point.
I mean, that was just immaculate, right? We had Cookies find that back pass onto Geo, and then Geo sending it forward and following it up with a crazy angle with that boost, right? It was just cinematic, right? How that point played out. But in the end, right, TMCT come out on top once again, and this is looking really bad for Fierce Fury. As reminder, if they want to win at all, they have to win first this series, right? Because they have to reset it.
Yeah, and again, just in general, we just saw earlier with, I don't think you pointed it out, but again, Geo with Among Titans, with even without Max, was the fact that he got so fast was just so amazing. And even though Zarheinif does get KO'd there, Sake does find the goal, but we need to see more of Geo just bossing up in the midfield role, just completely outstrike boring Fang and just bring the core all the way back.
Yeah, and we do see Fierce Fury finally actually up in this game, and they are looking to find a little bit more, right? As they are coming up in this top side. The size does go over to Cookies from that big Era orb, but Zarheinif, he is getting really low, and he doesn't want to die here. The flip actually having to be burned by Fang, as it would have touched the barrier instead, and now Zarheinif, he is dead. This is looking like a TMCT point if they continue this momentum, but the save on this top side, really good from Fang, and then the strike shot to make sure that Cookies can't even follow up.
Yeah, an unfortunate dash there. We'll get it for the time being, but also does the banish come out too, and just damage after damage is being dumped out. But again, this Team CT with, well, not Team CT, but Fierce Fury with the hold so far, they've had to get it done. Fang just holding the barrier onto Dear Life. Eventually, it does fall, but still, they still have to work with a goal here. A lot of abilities were burned during that time, and now they have to wait for it. As Sake does pick up the arrow for fun, and now he has a lot of health here. He could be reaching at this time so far. He's not looking that great. But again, this is Sloth with Flip. If you want to get past him, you need to get past him with Flip. And again, just Geo outpacing the era there with the beam. It just doesn't get through, and set point for both teams here. But currently, with the energy advantage, it is TMCT up.
Yeah, TMCT up with the energy advantage. But it's not too far behind for Fierce Fury, and especially with that flip being burned by Sloth, Fierce Fury is now actually in a really great position to maybe take this set for themselves, as Fang needs to find a way to get it around Cookies and Geo, and now Cookies getting pretty low. They're waiting for the Atlas res to time out before dumping more damage and eventually finishing off this rune. As they take one barrier, the flip being burned by Sake, but he doesn't even need it as he gets the slice and dice. The core is just in front of the net. The flip being burned out by Geo. It going over to the opposite side as Cookies tries to find this barrier, defended away by Fang. And now it just goes over to Sake. Sake himself is really low. The Strike Wars, they come out as Sake was almost knocked off the map. And now the core jumping over to the other side as now Sake has to retreat and get this orb so that he can survive. Evades the pillar, makes sure that he doesn't die there. The flip off the center doesn't actually get anything. That's one barrier, maybe a second to be found off the defense from Sloth. And now Zarhainov, he is off the map. But Geo, he is also pretty low. The pass, that's the second barrier. We could see TMCT go up 2-0 in this map as an awkward bounce into the unstable anomaly. Cookies, he finds it.
Oh my god, that was hectic right there. And TMCT just bouncing back entirely from this. This is just a great scaling moment as so much comes on, and specialized training up for grabs here. This could be what decides it, as we've seen earlier. Giovanni just finding so much like momentum with the Luna ult, and again just so much value as well. But let's see if they pick it up there. They might be just saving it for Cookies, but instead it is picked up by the Luna.
Okay, the spectrating pickup I think is kind of interesting. I'm not really sure how to feel about this, right? Especially without an extra special. This just means that you have one strong ability every once in a while. I guess it's an evade tax. But I feel like overall, Fierce Fury might have actually won that draft, right? More survivability on Zarhainov, explosive entrance on Sake, and then Fang also getting some speed because Fang hasn't really been in threat of dying very often.
Yeah, the person who is about to be really low is Sake here. It was Zarhainov a moment ago, but I did change my mind there, as Giovanni is looking to just keep it out of his face for the time being, as they are trying to hunt for a kill on Sake though. He has a lot of energy up for grabs here, and if they can actually get this settled down, this might be what debts it, as he does get the advantage of the kill does be found. Again, power play up for TMCT. If they can get this through, this might be another thing to do.
Wow.
And again, just the energy evade tax, as you said earlier, just makes it so that second barrier does fall. And again, Geo and Cookies trying to fight for this barrier. It doesn't come, well, not the barrier, but the goal, but it doesn't come through just yet, as Geo's forced to back off to get the orb. But still, the fact that Fierce Fury have to work with the 2v3 is what might bring this point to fruition if they're able to play it out just as well as they did for the other points that they have won.
Yeah, and I mean, they have to play out that similar way, and so much damage as Sake is taken off the map once more, but a great strike out by Zarhainov finds that second barrier, but now in a 2v3, Fierce Fury, they need to find a way to get it through, but they cannot, as a strike back from Giovanni puts them 2 points away from taking the season.
And this season there's so much at stake right now, and Fierce Fury, they have everything to lose right now. They have to find something to just get it through. But again, back at the Bouncy House Castle, it's been 1-1 so far. We've been talking about how core speed does greatly affect this map. And again, if Eric can if Eric can find this, it's one step in the right direction. But again, it's about it's about how you get there, what matters here. As Sloth burns the flip again, and just the amount of stringing together, the abilities are coming together really well. As basically, even though nothing's been taken now, just cast a Crystal again, one barrier being taken so far. But again, the fact that it's going so well for both teams in terms of being able to string abilities together is so important to winning this match, and they've been doing it well so far. I wouldn't say either team has been doing it worse than the other, because they've been doing like a decent job. It's just the fact that unfortunate circumstances do come into play.
Yeah, and I mean, some really good damage out by Cookies onto Sake. Sake does regen a little bit, but that's a second barrier that is taken, and perhaps the goal, right? Era really struggles on this map, right? And that'll be really difficult for Fang to deal with, especially with that open net, unless the side of Fierce Fury can find an open net of their own. Throws it into a Luna ult, wins the interaction versus the boost, and now Sake, he's looking to sit in this corner with reinforcement from Zarheinif, and now the strike up to top side, Cookies, shadow swaps forwards, and now we are 1 goal away. Can TMCT finish this?
TMCT closing this out would be so hard again. It's the expanse map yet again. We're ready to see who can take it home right now as one barrier does fall so far. Unfortunately for them, they have to get it through with Sake with flip up for grabs as well. And Fang pushing up just means that this corner offense is really thriving so far. And if they can just get it out at least once with the flip out as well. But Fang losing that one barrier could mean something that could possibly go wrong as Cookies and Giovanni are looking to put up the pressure again, and Sake, forced to burn the flip there, has to walk back to not die. But that second barrier falling could mean something. So far, Zarheinif has been putting up the pressure, and also just procuring the rock in general, just giving Sake a chance to win every strike work, which he has been doing for the time being, but he needs to find more of those opportunities as the corner offense again just comes back online.
Yeah, the corner offense coming back online, and now Fang, he needs to be a little bit careful about his own HP bar. 2 flips ready for Fierce Fury. 1 flip just used to maintain core control by Zarheinif, but it's then lost once again, and now Fang, he has to continue this defense, and continue it he will as it gets forward. And then the Rose Warp, Zarheinif, he finds it. Even though the Banish comes through afterwards, that's 1 goal for Fierce Fury. They might not be going down yet.
They're so, I mean, if they can keep playing, if they can just keep finding the highs in this moment, it might be what propels them to victory. As we have again the error map. The error map is really fun, and again that one barrier falling could spell the end so far. I keep talking about this like it's gonna be the end of the world, but it basically is there because error isn't that great at defending one barrier in general. But both barriers have been taken out of control so far as Cookies grabs the first ult. Well, grabs the first orb, looking to try to get something done, but unfortunately isn't able to find anything just yet. Again, one flip being burnt for Zarheinif. He even finds the kill. That side is not really working so great. As a power play comes online, this might be what they need to even this out if they can.
Yeah, and I mean, they might be able to even it out, but a great flip out by Sloth just clears it, and Geo looking to follow it with that boost. Isn't able to just yet, but the core control is maintained, right? This Luna, this Rune, keeping the core forward. The double evade tax from that spec training ult. So good out by Geo. And now Sake, he's the one without any evade. He is the one who needs to be careful. Flip burned out by Fang. Cleared out by Zarheinif. The double banish means the core comes back to their side. No barrier actually taken yet. But the offense, it's still continuing for the side of TMCT. It just changes hands momentarily before switching back to TMCT. And now Geo, he needs to be very careful, getting really low, as Zarheinif or Sake could finish him off with a slicer dice or piercing shot. The pillar finds it. It's an open net in favor of TMCT. Will they end it right here? No strike war 1 just yet. It goes to the opposite side, cleared back. Now Cookies, Geo, they want to finish it here, but Geo, he's getting so low, no evade left. But it's on the opposite side now, as the barrier's taken, and Sake, he might just finish it here, but no, the boost comes forward, the nuke, everything in the kitchen sink dropped in favor of TMCT, but just now it goes over to the opposite side.
And now it's so clutch and so far. Cookies almost coming up with flip just yet. He doesn't get the orb though, but he's almost there. But it's not even Cookies, it doesn't. It's the midfielder, Geo. His Estelle bed, it doesn't even matter. He secures TMCT the win. And TMCT are your Season 2 EUSL Grand finalists.
Yeah, the Turtles proving that slow and steady wins the race as TMCT take this series 2-1 despite being down game 1.
And even though it was just the map in general, it was just such a great play. And Cookies, 6 KOs on the board, but again, we cannot forget Geo, man. He was off role. Well, he was off his character for the entire match and still managed to bring it back. Just a great play in general.
Yeah, I mean, the power of Geo's Luna just cannot be understated, right? Losing that Estelle, kind of looking pretty hopeless in map 1 on the Now, right? And then bouncing back on the Luna, playing really well map 2, and then once again in map 3, right? He has been playing so well, and one little funny stat I'd like to mention is that the only player who has 100% win rate in EUSL Grand Finals is Sloth. Every other player has lost at least one grand final.
That's insane. I mean, congratulations to Sloth, man. Season 2 MVP. He basically crowned himself that, and also now 100% win rate in grand finals is good for him.
Oh yeah, for
Oh
sure. Well,
yeah.
oh man, that was a series, and hey, even though I wanted a second series to cast, I am perfectly content with what we got to see here today.
Oh,
Thoughts?
yeah, that was just hype in general. Like the fact that we came down to this to the wire, and we thought, well, I was kind of expecting this to be very close. And it ended up being a 3-0, but still, I mean, every point came down to the wire. Like it was a shootout until the very end, and unfortunately, Fierce Fury just couldn't get it done in time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I feel like all things considered, right? Fierce Fury, despite the scoreboard itself, they really played well, right? It's just unfortunately in the end they were not able to convert, right? And TMCT were the ones that found things, right? And I think that's no doubt thanks to the double core control comp that they had, right? Luna and Rune. They had pretty solid damage and even had more kills than the team with Zentaro and Estelle on it, despite having way less damage. But the core control, and it's so tough to deal with core speed when you're playing as Era, right? And I said that going into this game, and it really proved true.
Yeah, I mean, you just basically said that you basically said everything I just wanted to say right there. Like, it was just a great played out game. I mean, the main part was just seeing how TMCT dealt with the band because, again, I mean, it might be glazing low key, but yo, the fact that they completely banned out one character, they even tried to go for the ban out. Like, game 1, Estelle ban. Game 2, Estelle ban. Game 3 wasn't Estelle ban, but still, Estelle was taken. And
Yeah.
Gio had to fight through it. He came so far, and it ended up being a complete win for him. I mean, have you seen Gio play Luna other than this?
I actually don't know, but I don't know if we'll really get a chance to check that right now. I
It's a
feel
pocket
like,
pick, Smile.
huh?
It's a pocket pick. I promise.
That's a pocket pick, but I think it is getting slightly late for the players. So one thing I do want to do, right? We can head out a little soon and then get TMCT hopefully for a winner's interview. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm down for that. It would be
Well,
so nice to
any
get out
last
with Luna
words,
afterwards.
Kurakin?
And yeah, thanks for tuning into season 2. I hope to see you guys up for grabs next season if there ever is one.
Well, everyone, I'll be seeing you pretty soon with the members of TMCT after a short break for a winner's interview. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final post-show of EUSL Season 2. As I mentioned before the break, we have a special treat for you all, a winner's interview with the members of TMCT. First off, guys, congratulations on winning EUSL. How does it feel?
Honestly, I mean, happy. I'm sorry. I'm nervous in hindsight of the games, but great to be able to pull through. Also, your camera is beautiful.
What happened to me?
It's not.
All good, all good.
Just seeing it, yeah, that's crazy.
All good. Okay, squished ether. It's fine. Anyway, yeah, Gio, thoughts? How does it feel?
I mean, obviously it feels great. We're pretty nervous in that last game before it ended, but yeah, glad we could pull through.
Yeah, and Cookies?
I'm just happy to be here, you know, getting my win.
Hey,
Thankfully
getting your
to my
deserved
teammate.
win, that's for sure. Alright. And, well, Kami, watching that from the bench, were you nervous as well?
Honestly, after watching like previous games, I wasn't even watching properly. I knew they would just win, but this game I was on the edge of my seat. Like I've never been that tied on my chair watching these games.
Yeah, a little technical difficulties on the stream here. I can't contain myself. Anyway, I kind of want to start getting into the questions, right? Because I wanted to ask you guys a few things. I guess I'll just rotate around, right? Because I have a few questions for each of you. First, Sloth. How does the environment switch up feel after leaving Packet Loss and joining TMCT this season, right? As someone who was working with another EUSL team who liked to scrim a decent amount, I know that you guys do scrim a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different environment compared to what we have in Pack Loss, right? Generally speaking, I wouldn't necessarily say one is better than the other, though. Both were very improvement focused, and we were always down to play scrims as much as we were available, which is great. I think what comes down, or what is different about the team environment is just the characters that we play into play styles that synergize better compared to what was running on Pack Loss. Also, I feel like I was just able to grow a lot more as a player, playing together with Gio and Cookies and Kami as well. So very much a good environment for myself and appreciative of it.
Yeah, that's completely fair. And then Gio, how did it feel to play against Fierce Fury, where it felt like they were perma damage dumping you, especially that first game, and I think even to some extent the second game?
I mean, not gonna lie, the first game felt pretty bad, but that's because just night market sucks, I think. Like, you can't go anywhere, you just get damage dumped, there's nowhere you can move to like avoid it. But yeah, I think the other games were fine. I didn't feel too damage dumped in game 2 and 3, so
Yeah.
it was chill. And we had ways to avoid it there, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty fair, right? And then Cookies, right? Coming into this playoffs as the only TMCT member not making #1 All-Pro, how does it feel to have a chance to take down Sake again?
I mean, it feels great. Did it before, and yeah, I mean, Saka is like the only forward I would say that I actually like playing against, because he's like my level. I would say the others are like not bad, but you can see like the difference in forwards is pretty big in Europe, I would say.
Yep, very fair, right? And then Kami, I'll just throw this one over to you, right? How did it feel to play with TMCT, even if only in scrims, right? Because you didn't have any stage games, but you were pretty active for the team in scrims.
Yeah, seeing how Cookies plays, like I still think he's 10 times better than I, but over the last how much weeks was it? 7 weeks, I improved so much, even only in scrims. And I feel like I helped out Sloth and Geo get their mental correct by carrying me through scrims alone, because I'm not as good as Cookies is.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty fair evaluation, right? And then, hey, second round of questions, right? Sloth, we'll throw this back over to you. This is a fun one. How does it feel to be relegated to Atlas duty? I think you're at like, what, 8 or 9 Atlas games, give or take, across the season now, if you include like today's games in playoffs. Does it feel worth it after winning it all?
I mean, it would be hard to say that it doesn't feel worth it. I feel like it's not really the most fun character to play, but it's something that works for us. the formula that we ended up finding together was mainly Geo and Cookies just already have all this experience playing together, have already played together so well that it's much more beneficial for us if I'm just playing something that can sit back, can look down the goal, make sure nothing goes in, and Atlas is just a good pick for that. Would I ever play Atlas this much in, for example, a solo queue game? Probably not. But in the end, the picks are all made for the team, and it's just what fit us the best in terms of what we needed for our games. So obviously, wouldn't have minded more games on something else than Atlas, but if it just works well, and we're obviously trying to play to win. I'm sorry, I just saw your face jump scare. We're playing to win, and if we're playing to win, and you just have to have Atlas as a pick for that, then so be it.
Yeah. Other side note, extension of that question, right? What would you say probably your two favorite goalies to play are outside of Atlas, I guess?
I mean, as of right now, because Among is back, I actually enjoy a bit of Kai again, just because of speed, but that's more of a recent one. I do think Drakkar goalie is actually pretty fun. Alex might be onto something.
Yeah, no, I saw it too, right? And I saw what happened in Game 1 versus Game 2, where Drakkar was something that you guys struggled with a lot in that midfield with how Zarheinef was winning those interactions. Then something just clicked, you realized, wait, we can do that too. And then you picked it up and you did the same thing to them, but from defense. All right, so definitely a fun thing to watch. Now, Geo, right? One thing I want to ask you. Talk to me about that Luna, right? You played it once against the Fridge in the regular season. Were you expecting to have to pick it again? What made you play it over the now?
I mean, in the first game on AdLab, I think now just isn't really good on that map. And also recently I've just been spamming Luna in solo queue a lot, and I just enjoy the character, so with a rapid fire start on AdLab, I was always picking it there. And then in the third game, our plan was kind of just to overwhelm them with like a lot of fast cores with hotshot, so Luna also fits into that. So yeah, that's why we ended up with the Luna tries.
Yeah, and I mean, it did work out, right? After that game 2, it really felt like Fierce Fury had another angle to Fear, and well, Fear they did, as you guys really destroyed them in that final game. And well, Cookies, right? You mentioned at the start of the season you were confident against Fury, and you guys backed it up in, I think, week 2 when you played against them. But as Fury went on a tear against Flames Kittens, Fish, and against you guys in map 1, how did your confidence start to feel?
I mean, I always knew we could, like, it's gonna be an even match, you know, like, they used to be the best team in the Europe, and now they were, like, still pretty decent. But then I saw them, like, lose to, was it the Tripod Fish, right? Then I saw them, like, they didn't play the best they could. So I, like, put my hopes up that we can maybe, like, you know, beat them again. But yeah, I mean, they brought it back today. We lost the first game, which was kind of unfortunate. But I mean, that was, yeah, I mean, I think it was just warm up for us, and then yeah, we just brought it back. We also got a good start on the hotshot, I think, that really favored our playstyle. And yeah, I mean,
that's fair, right? And I think one other question for Cookies as well, right? The rune pick, right? We've seen people have like pick their fun picks, and you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but how does it feel to be able to pick Rune in that forward position and for it to consistently work out well for you guys?
I mean, Rune for me I used to always spam it in solo queue, because in solo queue when I played, I never liked playing forward, you know, because if you play like with worse teammates or like in low lobbies, there's not really good goalies and like midfielders to get you the core when you're playing like Ash or X. So I just somehow ended up playing Rune a lot. And then I just realized I could play it prom play, because the way I play the Rune character is not a midfield, but I just play it as a scorer. So
hey, that's the solo queue Rune style.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, I think next thing I want to talk about, right? I'll probably mention a little bit more about this later, but the upcoming season, right? It is very likely that EUSL 3, and actually 99%, there is going to be an EUSL Season 3. Dates and further info will be coming soon. Just keep an eye out for it. But that brings me to what I want to talk to you guys, right? What are your plans for the upcoming season, right? Sloth, we'll start with you.
I mean, it's not really something we've discussed with so far. From my end, obviously, I had a great time playing. If obviously Geo and Cookies are down, I'm also down to continue playing with them. It will likely still be a bit out, so we'll see how stuff changes until then. But I'm definitely wanting to participate in it. That is for certain. And if Geo and Cookies are done with them as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, well, Geo, thoughts, plans for EUSL 3?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also probably gonna play if I have time. Then yeah, sure. And I'm also down to play with these guys again.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And Cookies?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've played with Geo for like the past year or two, so yeah, I don't really want to play with different midfielder at this point. And yeah, playing with Slop, he's like, you know, the dad of the group, like the mental rock. So yeah, I really like playing with Slop. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, Kami, I also wanted to ask you, right? Because at least I've heard some whispers saying that you are probably a good enough forward to get a main spot on an EUSL team. Do you think you'll go for something like that, or will you just still stay as a sub?
So over the last 2 months, I played with JB. Hi JB, if you're listening to this. Yeah, I had my own team. I had like minor Erfolg. Yeah, I will try to qualify on my own, and then if not, I feel very welcome in TMCT.
Hey, well, hopefully, things work out for you, right? You can make your way into EUSL yourself, right? Now, another question I want to ask you guys, right, is any shoutouts you guys have, and no easy, no way of taking the easy way out by just shouting at your teammates. Anyone else?
Shout out Saikin.
I mean, yeah, shout out Saikin, shout out the entirety of, I mean, honest, like, I'll just make it easy for myself. Shout out everyone that's participated, right? Like, the league wouldn't happen without people interested in playing. It wouldn't happen without Saikin getting up at, like, 8 a.m. every morning. I don't know how he does it. It wouldn't happen without Swifty doing all of this lovely reffing stuff, and every single person that's casted as well. Like, I'm amazed that we are able to play in a league like this, that we are able to get that going. So, obviously, shout out to everyone involved. Shout out to everyone that's down to continue playing, hopefully, as well, for a third season.
Yeah. Thank you. And Geo, shout outs?
I mean, you said no teammates, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Big shout out to Kami for playing all these scrims with us without seeing a single stage game. I think that's kind of nice from him to just play all these games for like not getting much in return, really. So really helped us a lot to improve, I think.
Hey, that's very fair, right? Cookies.
JJ. Shout out all the viewers. Thanks for supporting. And yeah, that's about it.
And
all the
hey,
track
Kami,
players.
if there's anything... Oh, sorry, Cookies, go ahead.
And all the track players, that's all.
Yeah, and Kami, any shoutouts?
Actually, I have two people that really I want to shout out. The first one is Imek. Imek said something really nice that I can't remember like 2 weeks ago. Thanks for that. And the other one, thanks Simon Atta. I like that you called me Kami Gapper, and afterwards, like, all my gaming skill went to lose. Like, I got worse after you said that. Thank you.
Hey, the fridge shoutouts. I'm happy. Well, hey, with that in mind, there is one more announcement I do have. We actually have a new tournament series coming up called the Clarion Corp Trials, right? This is meant to be a Europe equivalent to NA's Omega Strikers Amateur Series, right? A below challenger rank capped tourney series, right? More details on this will follow soon, right? We're still finishing prepping things, and we'll get it to you as soon as we can, right? So if you guys have any friends who are below challenger that you want to have compete in this, make sure to let them know. But I suppose that's it for us. And thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you everyone for coming to playoffs, and thank you to the players. Saikin, as our streamer, is there anything you'd like to say before we hop off?
Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in as always. It's always a pleasure to see you showing up in chat, sending your funny little messages every Saturday. It is a highlight, and thank you to all of the players for showing up every Saturday, playing. I mean, you have I guess for you, it's the fun jobs, right? You get to play the game, but like you actually have to show up and play the game on time every Saturday. I just have to click buttons. So thank you to all of you. And thank you to EU as a region for accepting us little NA people to come hang out. It's been a blast. So can't wait to see you all for season 3 for the 99% chance that it happens. So let's do you. Oh, and shout out Swifty. I couldn't do this without Swifty.
Yeah, well, shout out Swifty as well, right? And thank you everyone for stopping by. It was a pleasure. And with that, I will be signing us off. See you next season.